How we feeling, nerds? Is it time? Shall we get started? Let's do it. Going once. Going twice. Going live. Sup, nerds? Been what, like well over a week at this point. Sorry, I had things to do and an absolute chaotic life to live. Things are calming down a bit, and there's enough going on that I wanted to talk about it. So we're live. We have a bunch of videos to film, and I have even more I have to film off stream afterwards. What's with the hair? Look, it looked better in its chaotic state before, and now it's just getting more chaotic. But honestly, I kind of fuck with it. I like it. We'll go with it. How are y'all doing? Let me get my keyboard out of the way. Yo, Grid, thanks for joining T3 Club. Let's go thank all the people over on Twitch as well. We got ChaseSN with the first sub of the day 6 minutes ago. Thank you so much for that. CD Dev hitting the 15 stream streak. Fred, 2 years in. Jesus Christ. I've been doing this for too long now. Gamer Girl & Co. hitting that 3 stream streak. Always good to see you. Got What Plan, 19 months. Legend. Excited to work on some things with you soon. We got Tramp Boat here. New credit card, who this? Damn right. Good use of it. 5 months in, too. Appreciate that. We got Doc Devs starting us off strong with that 5 gift bomb. Thank you so much for the support. And huge win for everybody just got that gift sub. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by and having the generosity as always. We got M4X as well with the Prime. Thank you, Wesley, for checking in. I'm feeling better. Not great, but definitely better than I was. I also just realized I forgot to run ads. So I'm sorry. Y'all know how this works at this point, sadly. Oh shit, Diablo dropping 10 gifts. Just wants to make sure nobody has to see those ads if they don't absolutely have to. Appreciate that a ton. I need to take the tea bag out in a minute, so we'll do that momentarily. And then we can actually get started. I kind of want to just roll right into it because I got a lot to film, both on and off stream. So hoping to wrap up earlier than usual so I can go record all that soon after. Yeah, thank you so much for the 10 gift bomb, Diablo, and congrats to everybody who just got to skip all the ads for the next month. And we got Ed as well with the 11 months of sub. Appreciate that so much. Again, thank you all for the support. Means a ton. I'm going to drop that tea bag, and then we can get going for real. Offset 9:15. Marker offset 9:15. 1 sec to do my VPN before I forget. Testing chat. Cool, my VPN still works. Nice. I love Caleb Hammer's videos, and I have been considering doing something like this. I really want to do low-level learnings code base, like his web code base for his like course thing, but he won't let me. We'll convince him. We'll slowly convince him. It will be the greatest content. I've seen enough of the code to know how great the content will be. We just have to get him to agree to it. We'll convince him eventually. Check YouTube. What? Oh, check YouTube chat, you mean? Oh, shit. Thank you. I would have missed that for a second. Grid dropping the 50 bomb. Jesus Christ, Grid. Thank you so much for the support. Knowing how slow YouTube chat is, these are going to be updating for like 5 minutes. That's hilarious. Thank you so much, man. That's insane. Yeah, Grid, let me know if there's anything specific you want me to cover today so that we can make sure that makes it higher up into the list. YouTube chat is a long story for why it's as broken as it is. Oh shit, you got a full-time job paying in USD. That's huge. Congrats. Well, pumped, especially in this job market, to pull that off is huge. Yeah, thank you again, Grid, so much for the support. So the things I have that I somewhat plan to cover, and obviously all of this is up for changing depending on what else is going on and if people find more interesting things. The highest priority thing is going to be the CrowdStrike aftermath, just because it's very recent. Then the broken Node version, then the Node TypeScript support stuff, then Astro server islands, because all of these are somewhat timely, so I need to get these out ASAP. And the Kai versus Fetch. So that was a fun drama on Twitter, and I have thoughts. Thank you for the bits, by the way, Mecca. Appreciate that a ton. And Ed with the resub, 11 months in. We got so many people who've been here forever now. Again, thank you so much for the support, Grid, as well as everybody else who's been gifting so far. Got a level 5 hype train going too. Damn, good start. Good to be back and have you guys supporting as much as you are. It means a ton. The other two things I found that I'm not sure if they're video worthy, but I'd love your guys' thoughts. I haven't read this article yet. This is a Chrome extension stats about Chrome extensions and their popularity and things regarding those. Not sure if I can make this packaged into something that's interesting enough. Have I seen better fetch? You have my attention. Okay, I'll throw this in the list. Why not? Oh, another video idea I had. The terminal wars. Stock, Mac, terminal, iTerm, warp, Alacrity, Kitty. I think Wiz. What was the one I was seeing on Twitter today? Westterm. Thank you, chat. Ghosty, yeah. I think it's 2 T's, right? Another 15 gift bomb from Diablo. Thank you so much for the support. Also, Eric with the resub. Appreciate that. The 500 bits for Mecca. Thank you so much for the support. Scomage with the resub. The Prime. Appreciate that. KN8. I'm calling you N8. Thank you for the Prime. When you post a comment 1 second before the gift bomb, oh. Kai versus Fetch has to be the worst Dax take. Yeah, I should grab the Dax take. Just so that I have that for it. I did like it, because I get where he's coming from, but I have feelings. You got to pick which of these hills you die on. Which is a fork of Arc, but Arc's closed source. How do you fork a closed source project? The fact they screwed up the padding on the site doesn't give me too much hope either. I do like the idea of doing something similar to what Arc did, but open source. UX Brad with the sub. Thank you so much for the support. I do this Chrome extension one, it would be like the sad state of Chrome extensions. There. Open source AI. The AI future is open source. Okay, if they're doing that one, it's going to have to be soon. I think this is rough priority list. I should grab the actual place I got the Chrome thing from. Damn, NMG's been around for 1 year now. Thanks for the support. I'm still waiting for Zed to have better support for Supermaven. I'm just too Supermaven addicted. I am trying Cursor right now, and it hasn't been bad, but it is different, and I'm adjusting. Oh, this is the WebSockets and React's a long rant. I don't feel like going on right now. Hides the author from spicy tweets. You have to guess who tweeted it. Oh, not a Chrome extension, a web game. This was actually a genius idea. Let me pull up my Medium project stock. Medium effort ideas. Let's see his idea below, but as a web game. Half the stock's damn right. You'll get plenty of credit, probably more than you even want. Heard of super tokens, not super familiar. I did just do a video on passkeys. There's a lot of this like war of off solution stuff going right now, which is good to see, honestly. It's nice to have changes happening. Yeah, the client part of PartyKit is goated. That's really good to know. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. Oh shit, they merged the Supermaven fix. That's huge. That gets me very excited. Oh, Reese is the shit. Yeah, he made a lot of cool stuff. He made the ship talkers, if you remember this, where it would rate your GitHub compared to your Twitter. He also made Answer Overflow, which is like the best way to index your Q&A board on Discord to make an actual like website that has SEO. He's a legend from the community. Yeah, if anyone's going to build that, he's the one to. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I might try and crash this if I'm feeling up for it. It probably won't work on 32-bit Raspberry Pi. God, it's weird to think 32 versus 64, but still like a thing people have to worry about. Well, thank you everybody for the hype train. Made up to level 8. Goddamn, great start. Good to be back. Acar with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much. UX Brad, I think I thanked you already. Regardless, good to see you. Have y'all here. There's no SWC for ARM32, but that doesn't surprise me too much. It's weird, but not too surprising. So what shall we talk about first? Yeah, Arc's been way better than I would have expected. I'm fully addicted. I'm not moving back. I might even start using it on Windows soon. Yeah, the Wiz Google thing's nuts. That does remind me, actually, the like Google trying to kill the web thing is worth it. Jail links dead. Doesn't care about the web. Always good to see Killed by Google getting linked. This is Twitter on here because I want to check. I saw you tweeted things about it. Microsoft killed Code Push? Oh shit, that's fascinating actually. Any links for that? Oh, the Chromebook Pixel. Oh man. Oh man, what a throwback. Okay, I think we have a good set of priorities. This should be high priority. This should be high priority. This should probably be high priority, and this should begrudgingly be high priority. Cool. We have 4 priority things. Here I was thinking I wouldn't have enough to talk about today. Oh shit, Reese. Dropping the 10 bomb. Goddamn. I don't deserve this much support, but I'm always happy to give advice and help you land somewhere great, man. Excited to see where you end up and where things go as a whole. Also, I don't know if this is public info or not, but have you made it to the city? And am I allowed to talk about that? Moving up. Oh shit, congrats. Well, let's hang out when you're here. Visual Studio App Center retirement. They're just making a special version that runs independently. This is fascinating. I just don't know how I would brand this. Yeah, we just made a huge discovery. Stop using UTM. Dan, do you not know this already? Dan, I have like multiple videos about this. Here's your solution. This is a project called Data Unlocker. Data Unlocker has a really fun thing it does where it will watch for requests that fail. And if it fails for a reason that could possibly be an ad blocker, it will repackage that request as a GIF, and it will post it to a local endpoint that then will unfurl it and forward it over to your original place. It's cheap as balls, and it basically guarantees you won't lose any traffic. I have a video, this one, you're losing half your data. It's admittedly ancient before I really knew how to do YouTube, but yeah. Okay, what do you mean? Give me more deets. You make an ad, you send it to website. Oh, UTM. They'll strip out the UTM equals. Yeah. Yeah, you just got to make up some other query param. That makes sense. Yeah, I kind of want to do another video on like the unexpected consequences of ad blocks. I've touched on it a few times. People always get mad, but I don't care. People think they're installing an ad blocker, but what they're actually doing is making it much harder for product developers to know anything about how people are using their product. Like, I'm okay with people wanting to block ads. That I get why. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that the web is just as safe if you see every ad versus if you don't. But I don't think it's intuitive for most users that if they're using my service and they have a problem, it's much harder for me to fix if you're running an ad block because I won't get the data from that session because ad blocks block everything from Sentry to Post Hog to Google Analytics to everything else I might need to get the info on what went wrong. They literally froze their user agent years ago. So macOS market share by version lot lists are, ooh, that's actually good to know. That's painful. The origins of Emacs. Honestly, this is cool. I don't know if this is me. This feels like my gut feels is more of a Prime thing than a Theo thing. But it's cool as fuck. I'll actually consider reading through that later. Saved it in my pocket. Yep. Sentry will get blocked by ad blockers by default, but you can forward all of the Sentry data through a local URL to prevent that. But the fact that you have to do that is insane. Not safe for work in the screenshot. Let me check. Interesting. This is from their Okta that this is exposed. I think if I zoom in a little, I can get this at a point where it won't reveal things that are inappropriate. Because this is actually interesting. Apparently, the Twitter API leaked, and there's a list of protected users that can break TOS. Fun. Joy. That'll be a fun drama. Oh, launch directly versus uBlock. Yep. Yeah, all of these types of things. I feel like every time Okta comes up, it's somebody getting fucked because of Okta, which is honestly fine with me. We need to start filming. We got a lot of shit to talk about. What should we do first? The Google web, goo.gl URLs, CrowdStrike, AI future, open source stuff with my best friend, Mark Zuckerberg? Or should we do the broken node version? What are we feeling? Should I poll it? Let's poll it. And start. Polls up. Let me grab some links that I forgot to grab ahead of time that are in DMs. I've been passing off a lot of topics recently, but sometimes I want to reference the thing in the topic. So grabbing those links. Cool. Got that all covered. No more CrowdStrike news. I'm sorry. Ubor, thank you for the Prime as well, by the way. 6 months in a row, but 14 months total, CD. That's legendary. Thank you for all the support. Sub before first chat. That's the way to do it. Appreciate the support. I have a lot of feelings about this. I genuinely like Zuck and have for a while. I feel like he's gotten more shit than he deserves. And I don't know how much of this is the PR team versus him just talking about things he actually cares about. But we'll touch on that during it. Don't worry. How's this poll going? People really want to hear about the broken node update. That's interesting. Is that going to perform well? If that's going to perform well, I'm going to be very happy because I like covering those types of things. And no, the $10 gift card can't get you jack shit. That's part of why it's so funny to me. This is also cool to hear. Yeah, I've never heard a private bad thing about Zuckerberg. Funny enough, low-level learnings... oh, wait, has he covered any of these things yet? Because I seeded him some stuff. Yeah, I seeded him the most recent CrowdStrike drama thing. The... what everyone's missing from the CrowdStrike incident. Sent that to him. Cool. Looks like the node updates the winner by quite a bit. Open source AI is the loser by quite a bit. We can work with this, though. The Node TS support and Astro Islands are also both pretty high priority, so I hope we can get to those today. We need to get started. We need to talk about this broken Node version. He has a post-mortem here, I believe. This is Command Plus. That looks good to me. We ready to get started? Ronan, what you linking for me here? Oh, is this just direct link to that? Thank you. Same thing, right? Yep, cool. Yeah, low-level learning's new thumbnail style has been awesome. It's been fun to rip off here and there, too. Marker. Node. Broken. I'm gonna, before I do that, I'm gonna do a quick commercial. Really short one, just to buff out the time a bit. What do you got for me, Reese? This one I have opinions on, but I'm going to get in trouble if I say them, so I'm going to probably avoid this topic. Cool. Node broken. Let's do this. Okay, I think I have an intro in mind. So I know most of you aren't shipping the latest version of Node constantly. Like, we're all just chilling on LTS. I know I'll be on Node 20 for quite a bit. But for those who are, you might have been in for a rude awakening a couple days ago when Node 22.5.0 broke most applications. How did Node break, and what would have caused a break like this? Well, this is an interesting one because the goal wasn't obviously to break things, it was to massively improve performance. And a character that's been in a lot of our content in the past is the one responsible, but he's done a great job owning it. And I want to dig in because outages like this and the postmortems that follow them tend to be really good opportunities to learn, not just about the tools and technologies that you use, but about how we mitigate software problems like this in big, well used and I want to talk about this one, not just because it might affect the tools that you're using, but these things tend to teach us a lot of valuable lessons about production software, especially software that's being used by millions upon millions of developers every single day. So without further ado, let's dig into the post-mortem for this bug. And for those who are not familiar, Yagiz is the developer who has been trying their hardest to make it so that Node performs as fast as other solutions, like Bun. And he's worked very, very hard to make some massive wins. Sadly, his most recent efforts caused an unexpected bug, and they've since patched it, but he did a great covering of what led to this, so let's talk all about it. For those who are unfamiliar, a recent change of adding V8's fast API to fs.closesync broke almost all applications in version 22.5.0. The goal of that PR was to significantly improve the performance of this function and speed up applications like NPM. Unfortunately, I broke it. For reference, here's the root cause of the incident. So here's the pull request that got merged. These are also very fun to look at because we can see if anything happened here that was... So It's always good to look at the original PR just to see if it got any pushback, if anybody caught anything interesting in the code review process. We're seeing here, if fallback's true, would it be called twice? Missing something, claimed it was valid. Got an LGTM from Mateo. Remove unmanaged. Got a bunch of approvals. This is unsafe. Think I got it. The I think I got it before merging is a little scary, but it looks like a relatively small change, just plus 49 minus 5. This is schedule native immediate. And set immediate thread safe. Interesting. I want to see how he describes this. I'm going to Google search V8 fast API quick just to make sure I explain this reasonably well. Not what I'm trying to do. Come on, let the back button work. V8 fast API in Node Core. V8. It's just the API for fastpath C functions. Cool. Well, cut all of that. I can explain this. Okay. Nothing too interesting here. Just some decently thorough code review and the reveal that the plus minus here isn't particularly big. For those who aren't familiar with fast API, TLDR is the way that V8 can access native C++ code without having to go through as many layers of bullshit. So if you want to do something really quick, the fast API is the way to do that. It was built into V8, which is how Chrome runs JavaScript. It's the JavaScript engine used in Chrome and also used in Node. And more of Node is starting to take advantage of the fast API in order to make certain things more performant. One of the places where it's most useful is things like file system and I/O. So if you're trying to read code, if you're trying to read data from the file system, doing more and more of that natively through things like the C++ bindings, rather than parsing all of that in the JavaScript layer, tends to be much faster. Makes a lot of sense. I'm getting some useful corrections in chat. These are only the FFI calls, if I'm familiar. Technically, this is the ECMAScript compiler. It compiles to C++ and ASM. Does not run the code. V8's technically only the compiler. That's a bit too deep for how I like to frame these things, while the implementation details of V8 are, to say it lightly, complex. It's best to think of it as the engine for the JavaScript code that turns it into something that actually runs on your computer. Anyways, what is the problem? What went wrong here? Before diving into the technical implementation, let me explain what these bugs were. There's actually 2 bugs that caused the issue. The first bug is the crash. The first issue is this crash, which occurred with the error message, V8 object get creation context checked. Yes, get creation context checked. No creation context available. This error was caused by libinternal fs read context.js. We were restructuring the result of internal binding fs, which caused the creation context of the function being unavailable. Interesting. So previously, they had it like this, where they were taking the value out using destructuring. So if you're not familiar with the syntax, I don't know why you're watching this video, but this lets you take a key out of an object. So this returns a bunch of things. We don't care about them. All we care about is close. So we're just taking that key. But this apparently causes the actual context of where that's created to be lost. So if we do it like this instead, where we get the whole object and then we're calling .close on that, we don't lose the binding. Good to know. And this apparently broke NPM, which is where things get scary. The second issue caused by the addition of the V8 fast API call for fs.closeSync. At least that's what I thought I was adding the fast API for. Unfortunately, adding a fast API close function, adding a fast API to close function, even though the fast API had a function signature of fast close, it was still getting triggered for fs close. Interesting. So fs close was being triggered, so fs.close was hitting this new path, even though it was only meant to update close sync. Very interesting. Fortunately, this had been the expectation from my side, and unfortunately under optimization, causing V8 fast API to trigger it and causing NPM to fail. Interesting. So my guess is that the code underneath that close sync was calling was the same as the code that fs.close was calling. And since close sync is sync, you don't have to resolve anything, Where fs.close, you have to call the dot then and resolve it, or use all the crazy things that we had in Node before we had promises. And because the same code is being used for both, and this fast implementation didn't call the end calls, fs.close never exited, which is why we got the error that the exit handler was never called, because this was hitting paths that were supposed to be sync, and those sync paths didn't call a close. They just returned a result. Yeah. Since fast clone didn't receive, because fs.close takes a callback. Again, that's the key here. There's no dot then or promises in old Node stuff, and fs.close and most of the fs APIs. If you want them to work with promises, you have to import them from fs/promises. But the default fs.close, which is almost certainly what things like npm use, they pass a callback. And this callback was never called because the code underneath assumed it was a synchronous path, not an async path, because again, somehow, unexpectedly, fs.close and close sync were hitting the same code path, not to the knowledge of you guys. Yeah. Since fast close didn't receive any functions as a parameter, we weren't executing it. This resulted in fs.close to be executed in the fast API context, and it caused npm to fail since it was expecting the result of the close operation. Moving sync and non-sync versions to two different C++ functions and adding a fast API to sync the version fixed this problem. Node has a project called Canary in the Goldmine to catch unintended bugs that might affect the ecosystem like this. Unfortunately, recently we discovered that even if there were failures, our CI jobs were successful. This issue is currently being investigated under the following. The solution is that they need better testing for the V8 fast API implementations. There's some unintended consequences of these additions, and unfortunately, it requires more thorough pull request reviews. Yeah. This showcases so many things that are important to understand as a developer. The first one is that these internal function definitions, it's hard to know everywhere that a given function is being called. It was not intuitive to anybody who did the code review that close, sync, and close hit the same path. If we go back to that original pull request, my guess is that nobody commented this. I'm going to unfold all of the comments and then call back. It does not look like anybody caught this. And I just want to look at the code quick. Schedule native immediate. Set fast method. Yeah, even just looking at this briefly myself, nothing here makes it obvious that this would only affect close sync versus not. Just quickly looking at this, I would not have intuited that this function was going to affect both. It is a little sus that it's named close, but there's no code in here that actually called the function callback. Yeah, we have environment, length code, if get validated function return. None of that was touched or deleted. We literally just made this static void close function, then wrote a separate fast close function underneath that doesn't take the callbacks. Yeah, nothing here screams to me that this... Oh, here it is. This is where things would have broken. Where instead of setting method close, we set fast method close, close, at fast close. Okay, here's the break. When we actually set the method in the node file CC, which is where a lot of these things are bound, we are binding a set fast method instead. But since we're binding it to close, this binding is what's being used in both places. Where this starts to get confusing is there isn't a clear path from where this node code is being called that trails all the way to where this method is being bound in the C code. And this is where things start to get messy with large projects, be it an application with a different backend and front end, or something like Node, where there's lots of parts and lots of different languages. going from the C++ code in this node file API set and tracing this set fast method call back to the different places that are calling it is non-trivial. And since this method doesn't have the callback option that fs.close expects, things start to fall apart. But there's no real way to identify that with things like, I don't know, a type checker, because you can't honor these definitions from that low-level C++ code all the way to the place where it's being consumed in JavaScript. I can see why this would happen. And we register it here. Fascinating. Also just fascinating that nothing caught this, and most importantly, the importance of your CI. The canary in the gold mine process that they have to catch these types of mistakes is not working, and this to me seems like the biggest failure. This is the final layer, the final safety net, so to speak, that prevents these types of things from shipping to users, and knowing that there's effectively a giant hole in the safety net seems to be the ultimate cause of this problem. Very sad. Thankful this happened in something that wasn't LTS and they were able to get a fix out as fast as they did. I am curious about the code changes here. I'm assuming they just made 2 versions of the method. Yeah, function close sync binding dot close sync. Interesting. Okay. So previously, the close sync function in libfs was just calling binding.close. That's kind of hilarious. That close and close sync were the same thing, but close sync just returns the result. That's kind of funny. I see why they had to bind this separately and why this would happen. The idea that close and close sync are actually the same code under the hood is not something that would have been intuitive to me at all. To be fair, I'm not a node contributor. But yeah. In here, the big change is we have 2 separate close functions now. We have close and close sync, both in C++ code, and then those are bound separately, as it almost certainly should have been before. But yeah, that would have been super unintuitive. I never would have guessed that close sync internally was just calling binding.close. Good to know. The other close method's a few lines up here. So this one, if there's a callback, then we bind it. And if it's not the default close callback, then we bind it. Then we do the request, and then on complete, we call the callback, and then we close after. Makes sense. But these are both calling the same binding. Never would have guessed. Yeah, today I learned. I'm sure not the only one that was surprised by that, and I am curious what y'all think as well. This is one of those rare instances where something went wrong, but we know all of the info, we reduced the potential for damage, and we learned a lot from it. Let me know what you think, and until next time, peace nerds. Cool. One down. Edge copied the sidebar from Arc. Interesting. Cool. Not what I wanted to do. Never, ever. Cool. One down. Well, I got some bad news with the Node TypeScript stuff. We're going to run another commercial. I'll just do 90 seconds as we figure out what we're covering next. What are you guys feeling? Google cares about the web, CrowdStrike, AI future. I hate that both of these still feel priority. I almost want like a second priority tier. You know what? I'm just going to label these priority as well. That's how I feel. Let's do another poll. Next rant. Meta OSS AI future. Google breaks web again. Node.js support finally. CrowdStrike embarrassing. And CrowdStrike mess part 2. Astro server islands. Choose wisely. Yeah, the Twitch aggressively turns things into links. And yes, I'm trying out Cursor. They're trying to figure out the suspense stuff in a way that doesn't break everybody, but also makes things performant enough for Facebook. It's a tough thing for them to figure out, and I give them a lot of credit for taking the time to do it right. But that's why. Like, they would rather cook longer to get it right than rush out the release and have it break things. Cursor is a VS Code fork that's focused on AI stuff. So it has like hotkeys built in for generating things in line. It tends to give better recommendations. So yeah. And it will also, when you do something, like move your cursor to where it thinks you should be next. It's doing things that a VS Code extension can't do. Has a lot more models built in. I specifically set it to always be the fast model because I very much miss my life as a Super Maven user. This is good link. Thank you for that. Super Maven's enough. I'm just trying out other things. Oh shit, Super Maven Jacob, right? Yeah, he's the best. Like, legitimately one of the best devs and like more thoughtful people I know in the space. Yo, Mitchell and Phaser, thank you both for these subs. 19 months from Mitchell. Damn. CrowdStrike stayed second. People really want the Node TypeScript support one too. Damn. This is very useful information for me, by the way. Thank you all. Can close all of that. Yeah, this was embarrassing. I have that one saved already. It says Super Maven patches in the pre-release. Oh boy, I might actually have to install that later and give it a shot. You like my cache video? Appreciate that. That's why I try to do those videos. They don't perform as well, but I know that they can be very, very useful. I personally don't use any of the AI chat in the editor features. Not true, Tramp Boat. The SM7B is one of the most power-hungry mics, and you absolutely do need a preamp if you don't have a really good one built into your interface. I'm personally using a Rodecaster 2, and the Rodecaster Pro 2, as well as the Duo and the Streamer X by Rode, all have a good enough preamp to not need a dedicated one. The Fethead sounds like shit and has a lot of interference, so I can't recommend it. The MV7 is more convenient, especially the new MV7 Plus they just dropped. Like, easy recommendation. I don't think you should copy my audio setup. I think I have a video on my second channel about my gear recommendations. Yeah, the SM7DB is a very weird microphone. I did see Dave Garage's, at least his first video. He did a follow-up since. I haven't seen it yet, but his first one was good. The Yeti's a mess of a microphone. Yeah, be careful mentioning microphone stuff too much because you might nerd snipe me and then I'll talk about microphones nonstop. But yeah, like this mic takes so much power, it's actually insane. I have a really long rant I have to do. Road Interview Pro. Let me make sure I don't accidentally dox my IP or my like zip code when I go to their site, because they've done, every fucking marketing site's done this to me at some point now. Come on. Oh, nice. The zip code that it's putting there is not anywhere near where I live. That's a nice change. Cool. So I guess I'm doxing that I don't live at 95141. So yeah, this mic is fucking weird. This is one of the strangest devices I own. You get to the USB port to plug it into things by unscrewing it. Like you unscrew the base and then the USB port's underneath it. It's very strange. Its file system is super weird, and you can't actually delete files. It's read only. You delete the recordings on it by wiping the whole thing. It has auto gain control on it that conflicts with the auto gain on my wireless receiver, so it just randomly cuts my audio levels in the middle of a word, so you can't actually hear what I'm saying. But it sounds fucking awesome, so I'm stuck using it. I just use the onboard recordings that are thankfully 32-bit float, so the audio quality is really good, and I can deal with like levels issues in post relatively fine. This thing's fucking weird, though. It's one of the strangest devices I've ever purchased. It also has a weird like charging set of pins here. And yes, they are that poorly centered on the real device too, where like one's slightly too high. It's a strange device, but it sounds good enough that I'm stuck using it. I filmed a short with it that I'm excited to post in the near future. Actually, that reminds me, FaZe and Gabriel, if either of you are here, remind me to do that later. I also just realized I never posted in Discord that I'm live. Cool. There we go. Oh shit, it came up 8 hours ago. Good to know. Yeah. I got nerd sniped about microphones enough. Let's actually get filming again. Different Gabriel, I'm sorry. Let's... You guys want the Node TypeScript support. I'll give the people what they want this time. Interfaces. I just use Roadcasters. Here. I need to make a gear page. You know what? We'll put that in my Medium projects. Let's just open up a new tab. Let me not open one that somewhere I don't want it to be. Medium gear page on t3.gg. I'll also do a tools page on t3.gg. I've been thinking about that for a while because people always ask me what I'm using, and if I had one site that just shows all of it, I think that'd be really useful. We'll do this in months, but not too soon. This is not what this is, I don't think. This is this. Read the proposal. I've read this proposal. A lot of people saying they like the caching video. That's really cool because like those videos don't perform great, but they seem to be very useful for people. So I'm trying to maintain a balance where I still do things like that regularly enough where I just dig into actual problems we dealt with in our code bases. And it's good to get this positive feedback on it because it reinforces that it's worth doing. I was not even online when the video went live, so I haven't even checked the comments. I'm not surprised people are being stupid in it. I saw a lot of people saying caching was easy, which is funny because caching is everything but easy. But yeah, good to know. This is still set to all, right? Cool, just making sure. Something that you actually need to use, your data engineer, so anything that's the front end is good to know. One of the specific goals of my content is to make it so that because if you're an experienced backend dev that is dabbling in front end stuff, it's very easy to like if you are experienced at programming but just not front end and you go looking for resources, it's all going to be beginner shit that assumes you don't know how to code. I like to think my videos are accessible to experienced devs, even if you're not familiar with the specific stuff I'm talking about. So like a person who's been coding for 6 months but exclusively front end would struggle to follow along my videos, but somebody who's done 5 years only back end and is now starting to learn front end, I like to think my stuff speaks at that level, even if you don't know the specific tech. It's trying to, again, replicate the feeling of having a lunch conversation with somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about. That's always been the goal of the channel, and I feel like I'm achieving that with those videos. It's a tough line to walk, but I'm happy with the results thus far. Let's do the Node TypeScript support video. That's the goal, Phaser. Good shit. Cool. Let's get started with this one. Kind of crazy to think. I don't like how my shirt is sitting. Fix it a bit. I'm just going to unbutton, you know? Get a more personal vibe. I also don't like that my head's getting chopped. I must have moved something at some point. I'll figure that out later. Anyways. It's crazy to think that Node's been out for what? How long's been Node been out for? When was Node.js released? 2009. That's crazy. That's actually a fun fact. Today I learned Node was 13 years after JavaScript, and it's been 15 years since. So the time between JavaScript and Node is less than the time between Node and now. That hurts my brain to know. I don't like this fact. This is like when I learned the time between the NES and the Wii is less than the time between the Wii and now. Just so you know, by the way, if you remember how long the time was between the NES and the Wii, it's been longer since the Wii came out. So sorry to hurt your brains. Anyways. Crazy to think that Node came out all the way back in 2009 and it still doesn't support TypeScript. Yes, really. I know we all have tons of solutions to this problem. Retake on this one. Cool. It's crazy to think that Node came out all the way back in 2009, and technically speaking, it still doesn't support TypeScript. This is one of the big things that alternatives to Node like Dino and Bun got right early. We know that TypeScript won. It's not a debate anymore. We're not sincerely considering TypeScript versus Flow anymore. TypeScript's the language of choice for the JavaScript ecosystem now. It's not necessarily what we're using in the browser for all of our web apps and whatnot, but it is absolutely the language that we're using to build the tools in the ecosystem surrounding the project that we now know as Node. So why don't we support TypeScript? It's kind of a complex situation because supporting TypeScript means a different thing to almost everybody. For some, supporting TypeScript means supporting TypeScript means checking the types, making sure everything is valid, and spitting out an error if it's not. For others, supporting TypeScript means you can put in TypeScript code and it runs. It's also important to note that when you have different things like your TS config configured in different ways, the result might be entirely different code or will not pass. How does this all get supported in Node? It's a great question, and we've been going around this for a while. I will say, before we get, the thing we're here to talk about today is this awesome new flag that just got added to Node. But before we get there, we need to talk about an important proposal, which is the TC39 proposal for type annotations. I've mentioned this once or twice before. It's a really important proposal. The goal of it is to add type annotations to be part of the vanilla JavaScript spec, not in a way that they'll be checked and enforced, but in a way that you can copy paste some TypeScript code in the browser and it will just run as expected. Because right now, if I go to my editor and I'll just write a quick function in this file, function add numbers, and we have A number, B number, return. If I just copy paste this into the browser, we go to console, paste, uncaught syntax error, unexpected token, colon, because these colons aren't valid syntax in JavaScript. This syntax only exists for TypeScript. So I have to delete these and make this function not type safe in order to go define this. And now I can add numbers just fine. But the fact that you have to do that is a problem. And the goal of the ECMAScript proposal here isn't to make it so type safety is enforced in the browser. The goal is to enable developers to run programs that are written in TypeScript, Flow, and other static typing supersets of JS without any need for transpilation. This is the key word, and we need to emphasize this one. Transpilation is most of what we're talking about here. This proposal is full of really interesting things. Let me know if you want a whole video about it. The key motivation is they wanted to unfork JavaScript. Clever pun. But the goal here was to make it so these other languages weren't as far from the JavaScript standard and ideally could all work in the browser the same way JS does. The strong demand for ergonomic type annotation syntax has led to forks of JavaScript with custom syntax. This has introduced developer friction and means widely used JavaScript forks have trouble coordinating with TC39 and must risk syntax conflicts. This proposal formalizes an ergonomic syntax space for comments to integrate the needs of type-checked forks of JS. So this is almost like colons being used for comments in JS, and then they can be used for types everywhere else. Think of it similar to how JSDoc works, where you can leave a comment on top of a function to define the types for it. But as part of the actual TypeScript and JavaScript syntax, we're doing a colon like this, leaves a comment, and then the comma ends the comment. It's a very interesting proposal that has a lot of potentials for wins. The reason they're doing this is that very, very, very many JS devs want static typing in JavaScript. Also pipe operators. Someday, fingers crossed, I'll get my beloved pipe operator. Fingers crossed, I'll get my beloved pipe operator eventually. I want to get to the end because people were saying there's important stuff here. Somebody said that Chrome had tried it. Is that in here? Word Chrome does not appear in this page. Ah. Cool. There's some interesting discussion at the end here about how attempts to actually enforce the types have been done, but these have all resulted in non-negligible slowdown. There's even some stuff at the very end here where in 2015, Google's V8 team, the team that makes the engine that powers Chrome, it's actually a fun call out that in 2015, the V8 team, which is the team that makes the engine that powers both Node and Chrome, they were experimenting with a proposal to implement a new JS mode that they called strong mode. Think of this kind of like strict mode, but stronger, where you could enforce types and type checks. And they intended to use types to improve site performance. Google canceled the experiment in failure. In the end, we had to give up on this one. Yeah, it turns out a lot of these types of things tend to cause more performance problems than they resolve. It's hard to get right. There are some projects trying really hard to get this right. Shout out to my Static Hermes. There are some projects trying to get this right. Check out my Static Hermes video, all about the custom JavaScript compiler, runtime, and whatnot. That's goal is to make your JavaScript code as fast as the equivalent assembly code. Really cool project by Facebook/Meta and Amazon to try and make React Native apps just instantaneously launch and run. But these efforts are massive and really rough, which is why this particular proposal has the goal of treating TypeScript like a comment syntax instead of like a type-checked strict language. I think this is awesome. I have seen a problem so many times with how people use TypeScript that I think I need to Excalidraw. So, how TS actually works. People seem to think the TypeScript is one little box like this. We'll even call this what it is, TSC, which is the TypeScript compiler. I'll just type it out. So we have the TypeScript compiler. On one side, we have a TS file. We'll say hi.ts. Let me make the font smaller. So we have this hi.ts file. I'm going to make this a grid so it's clear what's happening. And what people seem to think happens is this comes out, and if all of the syntax here is correct, on the other side, we get hi.js. Which is your JavaScript file. This is not actually how the TypeScript compiler works. Think of the TypeScript compiler like two parts. One part is the type checker, and the other part is the actual compiler that results in JavaScript code. And it's important to know that the compiler, the type checker side of it, doesn't have to be happy for the JavaScript to come out. So you can think of this as there's two parts that come out here. On one part, oops, it's harder than it looks. So one of the two things that comes out of the TypeScript compiler is the actual output file. But the other thing that comes out is any errors you have. So I'll make error hello, or const hello needs or is undefined. So on one hand, you might get this file that, as far as the compiler knows, could work, could not work. It doesn't know, because TypeScript can have an error on code that is totally valid. Like if we have a function here, we'll just call this add. We say a number, b number. If I call add with hello world, this is a type error, but this code works. So this is why it's important to understand that these are separate things, that the TypeScript compiler both gives you errors and anything that it thinks is wrong when it checks the code, as well as the compilation step where it actually generates the output JavaScript code. The other important thing to know is that doing this part, where you turn the TypeScript into JavaScript, is much easier to do than this part, where you find errors based on the actual syntax, the tree of what's going on in your TypeScript code. This part is effectively transpilation, where we're turning hi.ts into hi.js. We are taking this input and we are turning it into this output. The compiler is also the type checker, which spits out these errors. Want to call this distinction out because I think it's important to know, because right now, this proposal isn't a proposal to check the types and give you errors if they're wrong. This proposal is to skip the type check and just strip all the types out so you can run the JavaScript code without the TypeScript syntax breaking it. This is a thing I actually push pretty often. If you look at like any of my code bases that I actually care about, like this one I'm working on right now that I just happen to have open, if I hop into my next config, I have not set it up on this project yet. That's actually kind of funny. I should fix that. Let me find another project that has it. I almost certainly did this on marker thing. Yes, I did. Cool. Something you'll see on most of my projects and near the end of my tutorials is this set of calls here, where I ignore build errors in TypeScript and I ignore during builds on ESLint. The reason for this is I don't want my TypeScript type checking to block my deployments. I want the TypeScript type checking to be done in CI so that I know if there's an issue and it will get flagged before we merge the code and it goes to main. But I don't want to type check on my deploy as well as on my CI. And by putting it here, or by putting this flag here, we're effectively doing the same thing that Node is proposing here, where when I turn my TypeScript app into a JavaScript deployment, I'm effectively doing the same thing here that Node is doing, where I'm not checking my types as I'm turning my TypeScript into JavaScript. I am just turning it into JavaScript. And then I have CI that will actually do the type check. I have the pnpm type check and the pnpm lint call here, and these run separately because, again, I don't want to block my deployment on my type checks. And if I can have both of these things running separately on different infrastructure, it means that my demo app can be out as quick as possible in a PR build, and that my actual local CI that's running on GitHub can give me the feedback I need so I know I'm not shipping a mistake. What's the type check script? That's just a super simple package JSON tsc -- no emit. Because again, I don't want the output code. I just want to know that the types are good. And this will throw an error if I get the types wrong. So the goal of this isn't so much to get you correct errors in your terminal as you're writing code. It's to make sure you don't need something like TS node, which is a total mess to set up, just to run your TypeScript code. And this is how other things already work. Like if I'm just going to make a new thing for this. Let's cd content, make dir ts node demo. So if I open up my editor here, we'll make a new video or a new file, hello.ts, console.log sup nerds. You know what? We'll make this a little more real. Function, hello, name string. Cool. Well, console.log hello world. Thank you, Super Maven, for flying through this. So cool. I made this function as a type definition. And if I try to run this with Node, if I just do node hello.ts, it doesn't know how to deal with the syntax. But if I do bun hello.ts, it doesn't give a shit. Or even dino hello.ts. I think it's dino run. Yes. Dino run hello.ts, same deal. You get the idea. Node's the only one that doesn't know what to do with this. Previously, you would have to find some way to strip that, use TS node, some stuff like that. But if we use the latest version of Node, which I don't know if this has shipped yet or not. Let's check quick to see if I can actually play with this now. Okay, we're too far back for that to have been included. Let's find the PR number for this to see if I can find that in here. I can't, so I don't think a release has occurred with this change. I think this just merged, sadly, so I can't actually demo it yet. Disappointing. Do they have a nightly? Node.js nightly. Oh shit, they even have FNM here. Yeah, I don't think there's Node nightlies, sadly. This merged 5 hours ago, so I don't even know if a nightly would have built yet. Landed in, ooh. Yes, I don't think this is going to have a build yet, sadly, as much as I would like to try it. Nobody's corrected me that there's an easy way to do this, right? Cool. Just making sure nobody in chat's correcting me on anything that's important. Nope, cool. Okay. Sadly, this does not seem like something I can easily run right now because it merged literally 5 hours ago, so there isn't even a nightly build up yet. Hopefully there will be soon, but the least we can do now is read through what's going on and what the plan is, because I am very excited to have a strip type built into Node. Node will transpile the TypeScript source code into JavaScript source code. During the transpilation process, no type checking is performed and types are discarded, as it should be. If you want to check your types, write that yourself. It's not hard to do, as I just showed in this code. Let me reopen that, actually. Yeah. Checking the types yourself is not that hard, as I just showed in this code here. It's literally just tsc --no emit. Now you have your type checker. It's easy to do. Motivation. I believe enabling users to execute TypeScript files is crucial to move the ecosystem forward. It has been requested on all of the surveys, and it simply cannot be ignored. We must acknowledge that users want to run node foo.ts without installing external dependencies or loaders. Yes, absolutely. TS nodes become like a meme, and it is absolutely deserving of being a meme, not because the people who made it are bad faith or anything, but the fact that it is necessary is relatively painful. Why type stripping? Type stripping, as the name suggests, means removing all of the types, transforming the input into a JS module. Here we see basically the exact same example I did here, where we just stripped the colon string. Other runtimes also perform transformations of some TypeScript-only features into JavaScript, for example, enums, which do not exist in JS. At least initially, in this PR, no transformation is performed, meaning that using enum, namespace, etc. will not be possible. Good call out, because there are some things in TypeScript that aren't just stripped. Like enum becomes something different because there is no concept of enum in JavaScript. One of the many reasons you probably shouldn't touch enums, but you get the idea. Anything that's specific to how TypeScript works won't make it through this transpilation. Thankfully, TypeScript's been more hesitant to add features that aren't part of vanilla JS. They're a little eager to add some ahead of time, like they added nullish coalescence, optional chaining, and some of those types of features before they made it to core JavaScript. But they only add things that have been approved that will be part of core JS in the future, which is what makes this interesting, because these older features that were added before TypeScript decided it was going to focus on being as close to JS as possible, those won't be supported properly. So there will absolutely be some code that doesn't work with this flag, at least for now, but there's a future where that changes. Also of note is that is how they're actually doing the type stripping, because they didn't write a new solution for this. They're actually using SWC, specifically the WASM TypeScript package. SWC is an interesting project for those who don't know. Here we are. Cool. SWC, as described, is the Rust-based platform for the web. It's a set of compilation tools written in Rust to try and make web dev faster. It was originally just a TypeScript to JavaScript compiler to take your TypeScript code and make it into a smaller JS bundle. Think of this as similar almost to something like ESBuild, where it's just the minimal, takes the input, spits out the output part. It's not a proper bundler that handles all of the complexity around getting the right files to the right place, making sure that your bundles are split properly, all of that. It's a top-level transpiler almost that turns the TypeScript code into JS. And this is what's being used right now inside of Next.js to turn your TypeScript code into JS that ships to your users. SWC is a really cool, powerful project, and it's cool seeing it being adopted in these ways, because one of the things they pushed really hard for was WASM support, not because they expect you to run SWC in the browser, but because they want SWC to work in every environment. And since Node supports WASM in every environment, by supporting WASM, SWC can run everywhere without having to ship a bunch of binaries. Because now when you install Node, I could even show you if we go to, this is important because the amount of binaries that have to ship for SWC in something like Next.js is honestly a little bit funny. If we go to my Node modules, Next, SWC, Darwin, ARM64, this is the version I need because I'm on a Mac, but Next now has multiple SWC versions that have support for 32-bit and 64-bit, Windows, Mac, and Linux, ARM, or Intel. So there's a ton of these binaries now that exist in the Next package. You thankfully only need to install a subset of them, but not everything's smart enough to do that, right? And you might just have 7 Darwin or not Darwin SWC binaries floating around on your system now. And these aren't small. If we reveal in Finder, get info, that's 100 megabytes just for the SWC ARM64 binding. So having a bunch of those for every operating system, that's not fun, which is why shipping SWC for every single platform as native or binaries inside of Node makes no sense, because now you have to eat that for every single platform. And they don't want to do that. They don't want to massively increase the size of Node. But by using the Wasm TypeScript build, they have just one. And since Wasm runs on every platform, SWC Wasm can run on every platform without needing a native binary. It won't be as fast as if they were using the native binary, but now they have to eat way less like straight up bundle additions and cruft in order to get this working. Yes. As the author says, I've considered other tools, but they require either Rust or Go to be added to the toolchain. SWC Wasm TypeScript is a small package with a Wasm and a JS file to bind it. SWC is currently used by Dino for the same purpose. It's battle tested. In the future, I see this being implemented in a native layer. Massive shoutouts to KD1 for releasing an SWC version for us. Huge. Absolutely huge. And if we go to NPM, we can quickly see that the Wasm TypeScript package just got updated. First and foremost, good to see. But more importantly, once NPM loads, you'll see it's 2.5 megabytes versus this SWC version, an SWC Darwin ARM64, much less so. $115 megs. Yeah, just a little bit smaller. 115 megs to 2.8. Yeah, sorry, 2.5. You get the idea. This is pretty much as responsible of a way as you can implement something like this. I'm honestly really pumped to see it. I am curious how this was added. Amaro is a wrapper around SWC Wasm TypeScript, a WebAssembly port. It's currently used as an internal in Node.js for type stripping. In the future, it will be possible to upgrade separately. Amaro means bitter in Italian. Clever. Very clever. So they added this new package called Amaro that is the thing that actually does this. Diff is too large. It's 617 lines. What the fuck do you mean it's too large? I regularly wonder how much of the pain that we experience daily is just because I regularly wonder how much of the pain we experience as devs is just because of how awful the world of GitHub is. It said it was 600 lines. Oh, it's because there's a giant binary here. Okay, I take it back. This is a little absurd. Is that how they're including the package? They just took all of it and put it in as text that's serialized? I mean, clever. That solves the problem. Yeah, they parse this giant blob as a WebAssembly module, and that's how they integrate it. That is kind of hilarious, I won't lie. Who needs to deal with things as complex as NPM and modules when you can just dump all of the contents as text and then base 64 encode it? Happy I decided to check that. Wait, did I say biome in there? Oh yeah, they're using biome for a bunch of stuff in Node now. I forgot about that. Super cool. Yeah, and then we have the dev deps here. And you'll notice that we don't have SWC as one of the deps because they just dumped the source there. Not even the source, the like output binary code. That's super cool. It's always fun reading through these Node PRs. They're full of fascinating things. Interesting, they're calling this lightweight support. I think they forgot the link for type stripping here. Good stuff overall, though. I'm hyped about this. TypeScript or Node supports both CommonJS and ES module syntax and TypeScript files. Node will not convert from one module system to another. If you want your code to run as an ES module, you must import and export syntax. And if you want it to run as CommonJS, you must use require and module.exports. As in JavaScript files, file extensions are mandatory, and import statements, and import expressions, import file TS, not import file. because of backwards compatibility, file extensions are also mandatory and require. Interesting. This won't work if you're not using the .ts or .js syntax. I never thought they would go that hard on that in Node. It's the right decision. I know that TypeScript's been pushing us in this direction for a while, but I think most people are going to be really weirded out the first time they see in a file like this, common button.tsx. And as you see here, that just breaks for me, which is funny because TypeScript's official recommendation is doing that. I think I have a video about that already. If not, let me know and I'll consider doing one so that we can cover that very, very interesting and controversial change. But until then, I think I've covered all I have to say on this one. This is an awesome change. I am genuinely really excited to see it. It's crazy to think that, how long's been TypeScript been out for? Yeah. Crazy to think that TypeScript's been out for 12 years and Node's been out for 14. And we're just now getting official TypeScript supported Node. But it shows, once again, how hard the ecosystem's trying to do these things right. I don't want to fault Node or make it seem like they're a failure of any form for not supporting this before. They let the ecosystem do its thing, and now that we've done our thing, they're finding the best possible way to integrate it into the platform. So let me know what you guys think in the comments, and until next time, keep using Bun. Peace, nerds. Cool. That was a fun one. I'll throw this link in the notes as well. Yeah, it changed from 5 hours ago. Yeah, the CEO of Crowdstrike being the CTO of McAfee is hilarious. The live stopped because of the file. Did it break Twitch? Or did it break YouTube? Looks like it's working. I'm sure it fucked up for a minute, but that is hilarious regardless. Oh boy. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, this is packageable. God damn it. We have so much high priority shit today. I think I'm just going to go straight into that one. How are we doing for ads? I need to run a commercial. I'm sorry. You guys know the deal with commercials. If you don't want to see them, subscribe. $5 a month. Yo, shit, I missed a bunch of subs while I was doing that one. I think I got you too, Mitchell and Rotating Phaser. If I missed you, I'm sorry, but count this as getting you. Leah with the 14 months. Thank you so much for the support. Always good to see you, Leah. Wesley hitting the 24-month streak on the tier 3, 26 months total, 26 sub-anniversary. You want me to talk about WebSockets and React someday? I'll get there. Next stream. If I do a one-off stream this weekend, then otherwise I'll get it soon. I do want to cover that more. Did I marker the end of that? End of node TS just in case. Further visibility. What do you got for me? Good meme. You know what? Marker, meme for Node.ts video. Ahmed just dropped a good meme I wanted to include quick. Phase sneak this in when I'm like doing the Excalibur explanation to make it clear for people. TypeScript compiler when type checking. Here's my shit code. No, there's 45 places where I used a type that could be unfolded. TS compiler when transpiling. Here's my shit code. Looks good to me. This is JavaScript's problem now. Also of note, I'm not sure if I mentioned this properly before, you don't need to use the TS compiler to do the transpilation. The actual TSC JavaScript package is kind of slow, and there's a bunch of other things you can use to take that TypeScript code and turn it into JS. You can use things like ESBuild, SWC, and so many other things. Did I say undefined? I'm sorry. Reading is hard, okay? I'm tired. You get the idea. Marker end of extra for node TS. Cool. Absolutely, we'll be making a TanStack forum video. I'm so excited for it. It's just content ping at this point. The hobby coding is content stuff. Like, I am working on some projects for content things, but it's hard for me to justify putting time into stuff that doesn't directly benefit either my content or my business. Thankfully, they go together in a way that keeps me very busy and pretty happy. Also, the cache video is one of my best videos in a while. It's cool to hear. Thank you guys for the support, even though the comments were apparently a disaster. Yeah, go back to thanking subs. We got Center here with the 9 months. If I looked at HotScript, I have not. What the hell is HotScript? Higher order TypeScript. Library of composable functions from the type level. I've seen a couple things like this. I haven't seen this particular one. You have my interest. I will bookmark this for the future. Also, Gabriel, the 24-month tier 3, 25 months total. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Thanks for stopping by. And we got Anchor Taken with the 26 minutes ago Prime sub. Thank you for that. And Adam Till with the Prime as well. Thank you all for the support today. It's been nuts. Sub count dropped a bunch because I was offline for so long, but you guys are growing it back super quick. There is no alternative for type checking other than TSC, sadly. People keep saying they're going to make one in C++, and then they realize it's a dumb idea and give up after flaming me a bunch on the way there. It's a fun thing. I'm just using Pocket. That's why. Invalid cache bug at work costing you $4,000 a day. Oof. And people say caching's easy. They're wrong. We got to cover this. Let's go straight to it. Okay, I think I have an intro in mind. Whew. My hair is such a mess today. I knew I should have styled it more. Whatever. We'll go with it. Look, I'm not trying to just sit here and be an anti-Google channel. I don't hate Google. I even just bought a Pixel 7a, I think. Whatever. I'm not just trying to be anti-Google. I'm a huge proponent and defender of Chrome. I can genuinely defend a lot of the things they do. But recently, it's getting hard. And the one thing I can't ever defend, like I just am not capable of doing it, no part of me even allows me to try and steelman it, is Reddit. I hate Reddit. Not the people who use Reddit. There's so much good commentary and conversation that can happen there. But the way Reddit's been run has historically been more a tragedy than it is an actual successful and meaningful way to operate a platform. Reddit's a disaster, which is why I am not surprised at all to share with you guys the two, come on, there we go. And that's why I'm not at all surprised to share with y'all that the two most evil companies in my life have decided to collude. Yes, Reddit is now blocking all search engines that aren't Google from having any access to their data, doing things like indexing posts and making it so that you can find the Reddit post you're looking for when you search on a given search engine. I don't know about you guys, but the way I primarily use Reddit is when I'm searching for something and I don't like the results, I add a Reddit to the end to see if I can find a comment from a human that is slightly better. And when I do that with my search engine of choice, DuckDuckGo. Rip on me all you want. It's just the search engine I've used. I like it. It's fine. But the fact that I have to use Google now to do that is actually absurd. And the reasons why get even more absurd. So let's read through this one. Also, their justification for this is misuse. Sure. Sure, Reddit. If you guys don't remember, Reddit imploded last year because they were making changes to the API because they felt like the API was too generous. You know, letting people build free software to make your platform better is Reddit being too generous. And that's why they decided to start charging ungodly amounts of money to anybody who dares to build a better way to use Reddit. The reason they did that kind of makes sense is that they didn't want AI companies to use the API to just infinitely scrape data from Reddit to train their AI stuff. And also, they had an IPO coming up and they wanted to be worth a lot of money in the stock market. So they were desperately looking for ways to make their brand and their company worth more money. And if the best way to use Reddit isn't the Reddit app, it's an app like Apollo or Narwhal, that looks bad. So they boxed them out and blamed AI for it. And it has been a nightmare since. Reddit has tanked all of its sentiment across all of the developers that made it a usable platform in one swift movement. Actual absurdity. And now they're hurting the one other thing they had, which is the search as a method to get to Reddit. So all of the things I liked about Reddit, those being the good third-party apps and the ability to find a human's response to something via search, all of this has been destroyed with the magical justification of AI, not the actual reason, just what they say so they can pretend they're being good guys. And now this wonderful collusion. Reddit can be a valuable source for information from real people. Reddit could be. I would argue it barely is anymore, but that's an aside. But that's why Google is spending millions on a deal with the platform. But now, Reddit has started to block many of its results from showing in other search engines properly. This should be illegal, but we'll get there as we get there. In February this year, Google announced a new deal with Reddit, which would see Reddit data used for training Google's AI models, as well as more prominently showing Reddit results within Google search. See this? Again, they're using the AI thing. They're claiming that Google paid to use Reddit's data for AI training. And I'm sure Google did that, and I'm sure they're using that data to do some training, but it seems like the companies that didn't pay for it, like DuckDuckGo, like Yahoo, like Microsoft, like all of these other businesses that have search engines that aren't training AI on the stuff that Reddit is doing, it seems like they want to bill them for that, so they're doing this crazy shit. Bloomberg reported that the deal was for around $60 million. That is actually a hilariously small number, all things considered. How much does Google pay Mozilla every year? Google pays Mozilla between $400 and $450 million per year to be the default search engine in the Firefox homepage. So a bit over a tenth of what Google pays Mozilla, Google is paying Reddit. This one's fun because a lot of why this exists, a lot of why Google pays Mozilla, is there needs to be competition for Chrome or they'll lose a huge monopoly lawsuit. If Chrome's the actual only viable browser, if Chrome was actually the only viable browser, they'd be screwed. So a lot of the goal here isn't just make sure Mozilla users use Google. It's not just trying to make sure Firefox has the default search engine that benefits Google the most. It's very specifically to make sure Mozilla doesn't go out of fucking business. Somebody already brought up in chat what I was about to bring up, which is this is very similar to when Microsoft funded Apple and put offices around Apple and also made Internet Explorer the browser on Mac. The goal there wasn't to take over the Mac ecosystem. It was to lower the likelihood that they would get fucked in an antitrust case because there's no alternative to Windows. Thank you for the source, too. Yeah. So Google's willing to drop huge amounts of money like this in order to make sure competition exists so they don't get screwed. But there's also another thing they pay a lot. Google paid Apple $20 billion to be the default search engine on Safari, specifically for iPhones. This one they're just doing for the market share. This isn't keeping a competitor in business. This one has the specific goal of making sure the most valuable customers that can be served the most profitable ads, which are us, rich asshole, expensive iPhone users. Google wants to make sure that they still get our money and that they can still charge for the ads that we see. Google makes significantly more money off of the average iPhone user than off of the average Android user, simply because the average Android user is more likely to have a cheap phone and have a lower spend target than the average iPhone user. Because of that, Google pays insane amounts of money to be the default search engine on Safari. over 40 times what they're paying to be the default search engine in Firefox. Both of these numbers are massive and are really funny relative to the 60 million number that we saw here. Also, this is the original source on that number from Reuters back in February. The contract with Alphabet-owned Google is worth about 60 million per year, according to the sources. Seeking to generate new revenue amid fierce competition for advertising dollars from the likes of TikTok and Meta's platforms. Yeah, it seems like Reddit's getting screwed because they don't have a real advertising platform at all. And it's so much harder for them to make money on their users, especially because the average Reddit user is deep in ad blocking platforms. Like, they just don't see ads. Oh, shoot, we just got a huge raid. Thank you so much, A for Digital, for the raid. Hope y'all had a fun stream. Thanks for stopping by. We're in the middle of filming a video about how obnoxious Reddit and Google are being, because in case you guys didn't hear about this already, Reddit now blocks all search engines that aren't Google for misuse. Good day. This is a fun one. I hope you guys had a fun stream. I'll hang a bit more in a minute. Need to finish this video up, but yeah, Theo will talk in Spanish now. If Spanish-speaking raids were enough for me to speak Spanish, I'd be fluent at this point. Love the Spanish community and how much they always come and hang out. Appreciate each and every one of y'all for stopping by. And thank you for the gift subs from the Raiders too. Appreciate that a ton. Anyways, for those who don't know me, full stack dev, mostly known for web and React adjacent things. I film videos live on Twitch. I have my Notion doc that I'm churning through any given day, trying to get through all of the news and other things I want to talk about. These become videos on my YouTube channel. You should check it out. Anyways, back to work. So hopefully this has established the chaos that is Google's weird deals to keep things afloat, and also how not big this number is, and also, with that, how absurdly desperate Reddit is to make any money at all. Yeah, this is insanity. In the time since, Reddit has also been showing in Google searches drastically more, often outranking the websites that the Reddit posts are linking to. Ooh, this is funny. Reddit outranks the This House Fresh article for how Google's killing independent sites like ours is probably the most so sad it's funny example of how bad they are that I've seen yet. That's pretty hilarious. You search for how Google's killing independent sites like ours, Reddit gets the first result, and then the blog that it's posted on is second. Reality is a sitcom. That's so painful. That's so painful. Wait, do I not follow A for Digital on Twitter? That is my mistake. Thank you for calling me out for that. I would not have fixed it otherwise. Thank you. Yeah, this is just like, are you kidding, meme tier. The irony of this hurts me deeply. Like, absolutely feeling a deep pain seeing that. We've had our own search engine woes. I'll reveal these. Why not? If you search upload thing on Bing or DuckDuckGo, for a while, what was coming up was our preview builds for our docs. So whenever a new docs build came out, it would have a custom preview URL because Vercel was auto creating those for us. And despite having all the headers set properly so it wouldn't be indexed, Bing just ignored that and decided to index it still. And since one of the sources that DuckDuckGo uses is Bing, it destroyed our SEO. So now when you search for upload thing on Bing or DuckDuckGo, our actual site doesn't come up. And it took us a lot of work to even do that because before it was linking the wrong URLs. Let me see if I can find this. So I tweeted it when it happened from t3.gg, Bing. Here. No matter what we do, we can't get Bing and DuckDuckGo to stop indexing random preview builds and actually link to our proper docs. I'll pay $1,000 to whoever replies with a fix that actually makes this stop forever. No one actually fixed this, by the way. Now we just lost our indexing entirely. But see these awful URLs? Docs, upload thing, jm7-pinglabs.vercel.app. This is what came up when you search for upload thing docs. What the fuck? And the same deal on Bing. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Bing and their searching and that their ability to index things is good. It's not. But at the very least, it was a little closer to realistic. And yeah, I've had my pain with that, but that doesn't mean I think that Google should be the exclusive rights holder to making upload things searchable. In fact, if I could make it easier for Bing and upload thing, or in fact, if I could make it easier for Bing and DuckDuckGo to index our sites properly, I would instantaneously do it. But they are not. They have made it very hard to do such. Anyways, now Reddit results and other search engines are effectively being blocked. Obnoxious. And oh God, this quote. Apparently, oh shit, this is in here. Oh boy. Let me resize this so we can actually read the content a bit better. Can this go away? Cool. Welcome to Reddit's robots.txt. Reddit believes in an open internet, but not the misuse of public content. See our help stuff. User agent star, disallow. They are not allowing people to scrape Reddit anymore. Reddit is not a source of public content. They are trying to redefine what public content means. That is, fuck you, Reddit. Imagine being a place for people to share an infinite amount of free things out of their own goodwill and desire to have a place for it. None of the Reddit users consented to this. They might have had a thing in the terms of service that said, legally speaking, Reddit can change the way this data is accessed at any point, and that you're giving them the copyright whenever you make a comment or a post. But it's fucking bullshit. Imagine donating a bunch of books to a library, signing some form that says you're not going to sue them or whatever when you do it, and then out of nowhere, the library starts charging for access to the books you gave them. It makes it so people in your hometown can't get them for free anymore. I gave you the books for a fucking reason. It was because you promised they'd be able to give out. I gave you the books for a fucking reason, so you could give them out for free. And now you're just not doing that because you want to make a bunch of money. If my local library was to go to the public stock market after I gave them a bunch of books, that would be awful. That'd be terrible. And Reddit just got away with it. The most scummy thing, and I covered this in my Reddit's imploding video way back when, is that Reddit's users massively protested when this happened. They took down a bunch of huge subreddits because of this. They locked them. They blacked out the Reddits, waiting for Reddit to respond. Reddit's response was to remove the moderators who did that and put in their own. They actually hit up the mod team saying, hey, if you don't make this subreddit public and postable again, we're going to remove all of you and take over it ourselves. They have aggressively taken over the community side, and now they're being evil to the other side too. Reddit is the middleman between the sources of information like search engines and the individuals who created the content in the first place. They're fucking over both sides to maximize their profit. They're charging the indexers and they're restricting the content that we gave them for free. No poster on Reddit is making actual money doing that, but Reddit's found a way to take their content that they gave out for free, that they don't even believe was doing this, that they did not consent to this use for, and now they're charging companies and making the content less useful, more restricted, and whatnot because they want to make more money. This is as evil as it gets, and it sucks that it's like this, but it is, and here we are. And it's so they can justify spending the money rewriting their website for the 15th fucking time. It's insane. I still use old Reddit. The rare times I have to go to Reddit, I'll just quickly change the URL to be old.reddit.com because rewrite number 15 is no better than rewrite number 4 was. In June, just prior to when the file was first updated, Reddit explained that the change was being made following an uptick of obviously commercial entities who scrape Reddit and use Reddit content for any use case they want. Like making it searchable? Huh? Remember all those people who said that we shouldn't be using Discord for our communities and we should be using Reddit so that we could still search and have access to those things? Fuck all of you. You're part of the problem now. While it's not said explicitly, it's also pretty clear that AI training is a clear focus for this change in policy. But as a result, search engines other than Google are now not able to show proper results from Reddit as they previously did. 404 notes that Bing, DuckDuckGo, Mojik, and Quant are all affected, with results either not showing anything recent or not showing the full site result. Kagi, which is a paid search engine, is apparently still showing data, but only because it buys some of its search index from Google. which continues to have access to Reddit data through the aforementioned deal. This is actual fucking absurdity. Bing, when you search site Reddit, there are no results for site Reddit. What? This is insanity. Also a fun thing Reddit did, because again, a lot of users did not consent to Reddit selling their data for training and whatnot. A lot of users had a bot that would go delete all their comments because they were so frustrated that Reddit was selling these things that they put on Reddit for free. And Reddit then decided that they would start restoring those edited and deleted comments because they knew that this was going to hurt the value of the data. And Reddit will gladly fuck over their most dedicated users and developers from the community if it means that they might be worth 0.001% more on the stock market. The fact that they are so willing to do this type of shit and just don't care at all about their user base or the developers that made their user base use the product just says so much. Like, all Reddit is now is a dump of old data from the last decade or so, what little they were able to restore when people started deleting it. And they're trying to sell it for money. And Google's the only company willing to pay, but also is lowballing the shit out of them because they're trying to emphasize to Reddit and to everyone else just how little value there is here. And it seems like all of this is Reddit throwing a hissy fit. They could only get 60 million out of Google. So rather than try to make the data valuable enough that Google pays more, they are doing everything they can to lock everyone else out to try and get more of those $60 million piles of money. This is actually insane. People are making a good point in chat, which is that the EU could sue them for restoring deleted content. Almost certainly. I hope this is the end. I do genuinely hope this is where we're going to start seeing Reddit fall apart. I hate this. I really do. And I wish I could give Google more shit, but a fee this small is just them doing their best to like be a good faith player. And I guarantee Google did not think when they paid this money that the result would be Reddit blocking every other search engine. Because just the possibility of Google having to fight an antitrust lawsuit now because Reddit charged them money for something else and now they're restricting access to others. This hurts Google's position in the court more than the $60 million they paid and the value they can get out of it. I am near certain, just from my understanding of the courts, that Google would not have agreed to this if this included the restriction of Reddit as a source on other search engines. They know better than that. Google would not have done this. This is Reddit fucking everybody, be it Google, be it the other search engines, be it the users, be it the devs that made Reddit usable. Everyone is fucked in order for Reddit to make a little more money on the stock market. So, yeah. As per always, fuck Reddit. Until next time, peace, nerds. I hate Reddit. Switched off Adobe fully and canceled your account. Moved to Affinity, 6-month trial. So far, you're loving it. It's like Photoshop. That's great to hear. I want to see this quick. Microsoft's AI boss incorrectly believes the moment you publish anything on the open web, it becomes freeware. This is... Yeah, the copyright law has not caught up to these things. And like our understanding as a society has not either. I'm not going to bring that part in. I just want to be mad at Reddit. And I reserve my right to just be mad at Reddit. Yeah, I should add that. Make a reminder for me to do this after stream. This is funny because the owner of Redact was hanging out in chat earlier. And it has to be paid because the Reddit API is no longer free. Since the Reddit API costs money, in order for Redact to work, they have to charge too. Out of that and into co-locating the source. Fascinating. I can't catch any breaks today, can I? Is this worthy of a video? I'm trying to decide if this is worth a video. I don't have enough interesting things to say on this. The last paragraph's most interesting. Close to making TurboPack as stable for dev when used in Next. When this happens, TurboPack will initially remain opt-in. Finishing support for production builds. Working on bringing the next test suite to 100% passing. Ooh, I haven't seen this. I will watch this later for sure. Yeah, I'll watch that later. More memes for Turbo. I know. I am very excited to play with this. HMR works, working to re-implement fast refresh. Nice. Apparently this is 100 lines of code. Yeah, I am excited to see where this ends up. I have too much inside info to talk any further. I have not covered the pixel stuff too much yet. What's this bit? Testing it, the biz data, other issue for RC source modern JS, one track 19 ramps, one drop R7. When next implemented it's mid, we're planning to use it in native apps and add use both or something. Don't love this. Yeah, I need to talk with Zach more. iPhone XS to anything newer than the 12 is a good upgrade. The 15 Pro is a phenomenal phone, and the 16 Pro, I don't know how much they're even going to bother changing with it. I'm mostly excited for the camera button. But yeah, right now it's worth waiting for the 16. What the fuck, blazingly slow? The 50 bomb. What? Thank you so much. You've gifted 250 lifetime. Jesus Christ. You've gifted over a fourth of the channel's current sub count. Insanity. Thank you so much, blazingly slow. If there's anything specific you want me to talk about that I haven't prioritized, let me know and I'll get that prioritized. Thank you so much for the support. Also embed with the 20 months. Thank you so much for that. It seems like this year is going to be one of those years where a lot of people upgrade. I've noticed a lot of people on like the 7 through 13 that plan to upgrade. I don't know how Apple even plans around that chaos now, because like the current upgrade cycle is weird. You got the 14 Pro a month before the 15. Oh, if you're a USB-C person, that hurts. Where I do hate this, that the dynamic island goes lower than the notch did because it cuts into certain things more. I do like the dynamic island though. It's nice how it like integrates some of the features around it, like the way like tracking your Uber and shit works is kind of nice. Yeah, rip the Mini. Oh, you're fucked, PR. There will never be another Mini. It's sold too poorly. Yeah, performance is never the issue with old iPhones. It's just features. Thank you again, Blazingly Slow, for that insane gift bomb. An SE with the 11 design is not going to be a Mini. Yeah, it's hard to get a bad iPhone nowadays. It's nice because they like last so long. It's actually funny that a bunch of people were saying like, obviously I'm having issues with my Android phone because I bought a baseline Android phone from the last generation. Imagine saying that about an iPhone 14. iPhone 14 was last gen and it wasn't the flagship. It wasn't the Pro. And yeah, the 12 Pro Max is 4 generations ago and it's fine. Yeah, iPhones have like a 7-year upgrade life cycle. Remember, guys, Apple is they do artificial. What's the term everybody loves? The like planned obsolescence. Apple does planned obsolescence because they want to make more money. They're literally the only manufacturer that is incentivized to not do that. Yeah, I want an iPad Mini Pro so badly. So badly. I'd buy that so fast. Let's run another quick commercial and we can get the next set of rants going. Do I stay on the Google topic? Kind of want to stay on the Google topic. Let's do it. How are we doing on time? We're only 2 hours in and we already got 3 videos done. We're doing good today. Shit, Diablo just gifted 50. Are you kidding? What? Why are you guys gifting so generously today? It's nuts. Thank you so much. You're at 105 total. The fuck? Did you get jealous seeing Blazingly Slow gift? Thank you so much, Diablo. If there's something you really want me to talk about, let me know, because y'all just put us back in the 900 range. We were hurting on subs before this stream. Jesus Christ, y'all. Thank you so much. Yes. What do you have for me? You were jealous. Well, if there's something you want me to prioritize, let me know. Otherwise, we're going into the Google URL one. I don't plan around the Twitch sub revenue. It's like, generally speaking, YouTube ad rev plus Twitch subs plus things like the affiliate program for Amazon generally can barely break even with the cost of running the channel. So paying Gabriel, paying FaZe, paying Ben, paying any of like the one-off people that come out and do things that are helpful and handy. Like it costs about 10 to 12 grand a month or so to run the channel right now. And I can almost hit that with all of those other things. Then the sponsors put us over and can make it actually profitable. But if it wasn't for the sub, or if it wasn't for the sponsors, this would not be viable. I would be losing money or like just barely on the line and not making anything myself. I do not want to reduce the channel run costs. I actually, considering the quality of stuff we're getting out, it is actually alarming how cheap it is. I'm actually curious what developer Yahoo link you just dropped. Accessible audio charts. Interesting, but not enough to be a video. Thanks for the link, though. Yeah, that's quite the set of tracking links for real. Of course you say that in bed. Actually, one thing I want to share. I haven't shared this too publicly because the number was a lot bigger than I expected. It's still going up. Jesus Christ. Let's play a game. So you guys might remember that I did a thread with the best Prime Day deals. So I made this thread and I posted links, all affiliate links, to things that I thought were good deals on Amazon. I want you guys to guess how much money I made off this. How much money did I make off the Prime Day thread? We'll say under 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 3,000, 3,000 to 6,000, 6,000 plus. Yeah. He starts at 500. Interesting results. I will say when I talked about this with Mark after doing it, we both had our guesses. His guess was $400 to $600. My guess was $600 to $800. During all of the chaos with the CO2 meters, I think I made like 1,000-ish. But this number surprised me, and I wanted to play a game with y'all. And it's funny because I only made the thread because it was 4 a.m, if I recall. Oh, no, it's actually only 2 a.m, yeah. But it was really late, and I wanted to spend the time going through Prime deals, but I couldn't justify staying up that late. But I could justify it if I could potentially make some money off it. So I made this thread, hoping and praying that maybe I could make enough money to have justified staying up till like 4 a.m, just looking at Amazon Prime deals. Now, what I'm saying is I didn't want to go to bed, so I was hoping I could justify staying up for it. Anyways. Poll is done. The answer is actually what you guys guessed. $5,700. The fuck? I did not realize. Yeah. So we'll be celebrating Prime Day every year now, boys. Yeah, considering that it's still going up because people like had things in their cart and they're buying now, like it went up between the 21st and 22nd. Like this will hit $6,000 total, almost certainly. Yeah. Did not expect that. I have the item split, but I don't want to show that because it has enough info. Like it's not identifiable, but it's enough info that I would want to like filter it before showing it. What I will say is that, like, let me just check the number. The best-selling item by far was the boxers. And those sold over 500 pairs across the different listings for it. So most of the raw numbers were the fucking boxers, which is so funny. Yes, the Calvin Klein boxers I had in the list were the best-selling item by far. The AirPods were up there, but yeah. These sold very well. I was very amused by that. I probably made like $1,000 off the boxers alone. Yeah. I was amused. I wanted to share. People probably thought they were used. Lol. Ever heard of Apple Notes? No, never heard of it. Yes, I know Apple Notes. I don't like it. It has Apple Maps. Oh, the Apple Maps chaos. Lol. I don't look at what's been purchased enough, and I don't look at it by like most recent or rarest purchase. I just look order of what's being bought the most, so I wouldn't even know. Oh shit, Apple Maps is on the web now? Yeah? Well, we got to waffleize that. Okay, let's take our bets before we click this. I'm betting Svelte. I haven't even played with it, and I'm betting Svelte. No, Preact. What? I would not have guessed Preact. Apple always surprises me with their tech stack. From fucking Svelte on Apple Music to Pickle, the JSON alternative, to Preact on their map. Yeah. Cheers. Apple being Apple. Ugh. Fascinating. That might be short-worthy. Doesn't support Linux. That's hilarious. What is this? Oh. Oh yeah, Hooli. Well, can't play that so I don't get copyright struck. Too risky. Oh, interesting. I'll investigate that in the future. I have to cover the remaining 4 priority topics before I want to go offline, which is sooner than later. So I have to record more things off stream after. So we got to take advantage of what little energy I have to get this one done. I also just realized I missed my 3 p.m. meds. Give me one moment. Let's get started. The CrowdStrike stuff's not going to be that chill because it's not just the gift cards. Sadly, it's a lot more. Let's go straight to Google. Doesn't care about the web. I'll cover Llama. Don't worry. It's on the list. Sorry about the Crohn's diagnosis. On the good news, you now understand why your body hates you. And as much as it is painful, that result can be like having answers can be really nice. I don't know if the results were out yet or not. Yeah, if somebody can figure out how recently these results were published, that'd be cool. Because we might have to go through that if it's recent enough. I defend Google more than most, but these are bad things. So we need to cover the bad things Google's doing. Dear Google, I know you guys are trying. I've seen the effort you've put into making the web a better platform. I understand the reasons you've pushed Chrome the way you have. I see the benefits of the Google-led ecosystem. I do genuinely believe it. I think we've made so much progress as the internet would not be where it is today if it wasn't for the hard work Google has done. And that's why it makes it so much more disappointing when you do these really stupid, problematic things. I'm tired of this, Google, and we really need to stop doing this crap. I'm here today to talk about the deprecation of goo.gl links. Seems like Google has a domain problem. Generally speaking, Google's a little eager to kill things, as we've all seen by everyone's favorite site, Killed by Google. They kill things a lot. Usually when they kill things, they're killing them early, which is kind of good. Like, as much as it sucked that they killed Google Reader when they did, which is, when did they kill Google Reader? Yeah, 2005 to 2013. It was 11 years ago. So it was killed longer ago than its actual age. It was only 7 years old when they got rid of it, but that happened 11 years ago. Google realized that Reader was the main way people were using RSS, and they didn't want to keep building an audience there because they didn't want to keep investing in RSS. And rather than wait for Google Reader to become even more used and more beloved, they killed it. And at the time, we all hated them for it. And for good reason. There's people who loved Google Reader, and their choice to deprecate it killed RSS as hard as Apple not including Flash in the iPhone killed Flash. These were decisions that were made for reasons, and I can honestly kind of understand them. If Google wasn't invested in an RSS-based future, killing this as aggressively and early as possible keeps them from building more users and more loyalty that they didn't actually plan to support over time. That's not what happened here, though. If Google didn't want to deal with domains, they should have stopped dealing with domains a long time ago. If we go back here, Google's domain product existed for 9 years, and they killed it last year with a weird, awkward sale where they passed it off to, it wasn't Namecheap. It was, who did they sell it to? Who did Google domains get sold to again? I think it was Squarespace. Yeah, Squarespace bought Google domains because Google realized it was not a business they wanted to be in anymore. And I can respect that. But the fact that they'd been building up an audience, and up until that point, they were still releasing new domains. When did .zip domains ship? Yeah, in May of 2023. So earlier the same year, Google released 2 new TLDs that were only purchasable via Google's domain product. So that's kind of insane that the same year that they killed Google domains, they were still pushing whole new types of domains that you could only buy on Google. That's awful. And even if Google domains wasn't planning on being supported long term, they certainly made it look like they were, and killing it when they did nothing but hurt sentiment and people's trust in Google. Because when you kill something that close to when you're pushing and updating it, you're just misleading your users. It seems like Google doesn't want anything to do with domains, and I can understand that, but man, Google domains was an absolute fumble, and it seems like the fumble is continuing, as we see here, because the goo.gl links, the short links that seemed to be the safest possible option, will no longer work starting in August of 2025. Not, you can't make new ones, because goo.gl is a common link shortener. It's not like they're making it so you can't make new links. They're killing all of them. Ooh, according to chat, the gap between the .zip reveal and the Squarespace acquisition was 1 month. So this is the problem. They went from seeming like they're supporting Google domains to killing it instantly. That sucks. Almost as hard as this does, because at least there, when they were acquired by Squarespace, your domains would still be supported. Here, it all dies. This is terrifying. Ooh, we just got another raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I will never pronounce your username properly. Pause that before we get some echo. Sve, is that how I should refer to you? I'm already following. Regardless, appreciate the raid a ton. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I film videos about web dev and web dev adjacent things live on Twitch. They all go to my YouTube channel. You can check it out. The YouTube command. I have my list of things I'm filming on any given day. I usually only stream on Wednesdays around this time. We're here to nerd out, have fun, talk about whatever cool things are going on in the web dev world, and see if we can turn that into videos. Also a big nerd about all sorts of tech things in the general space. Jesus, Alejo, I did not realize there were over 700 gifted subs total. Jesus fuck, man. He's making his own video editor. Okay. You have my interest. Yeah, the video editing ecosystem is absolutely fucked right now. So, yeah, appreciate the extra effort you're putting into that. Also, Alejo, thank you for the resub. 33 months total, as OG as they come. Also, Michael and Migu Derp with the resubs as well. Migu hitting the 24-month, that 2-year mark. Video editor's dead. You're into maps now. Oh, boy. Have fun with it. Good shit. Funny, Apple just released Apple Maps. Final Cut's great. I've become a huge Final Cut nerd. You have my attention. Subbed, and I will absolutely look through these later. I'm just going to watch later on that, so I actually watch these at some point. Google Maps makes me mad. I'll make my own. You have my interest. I'll check these out after stream. Thank you. Made a video editor in Zig, of all things. Jesus Christ. Anyways, back to the story of the day. Yeah, I can't defend this one. I try my hardest when I cover things like this to think, like, how could I defend this? The reason Google's doing this isn't because it costs a bunch of money to run the geo.gl links. It's because keeping people from misusing them is hard. If you have a link that you don't want people to know, like let's say never gonna give you up. You have this URL, which I can immediately recognize because it ends in XCQ. So if you drop this random song that has no particular meme purpose in my chat, I'll immediately know you did because I recognize the URL now. But if you use a URL shortener like GooGL, like short URL, like bit.ly, or any of those, it's now a different URL and I can't recognize it. And I might click it and go to something that I didn't intend to. Or if you're trying to hide a malware link, or let's say there's a virus that I've banned from my chat, and you show up with one of these short links, I can click it and it will bring me to that same place. If Google's trying to prevent those types of phishing attacks from being linked back to them by deprecating this, I can kind of understand that, but they should just stop allowing new links to be made. And that's why it's so hard for me to, in good faith, see what they're doing, because they're not just preventing new URLs, they're going to kill the existing ones. And this is really bad for the web, like atrociously so. If there are apparently you couldn't have created these links since 2018. Interesting. I did not know that. The link shortener will no longer be available. In 2018, we announced the deprecation and transition of the Google URL shortener because of the changes we've seen in how people find content on the internet. The number of new popular URL shortening services that have emerged in that time. That meant we no longer accepted new URLs to shorten, but we would continue to serve the existing URLs. Over time, these existing URLs have seen less and less traffic as the years went on. In fact, more than 99% of them have no activity in the past month. Yeah, but that means almost 1% of them did have activity in the past month, and now those links are broken. So who's impacted? Any developer using links built with the Google URL shortener in the form of goo.gl/ will be impacted, and these URLs will no longer return a response after August 25th, 2025. Note that the ones generated via Google apps like map sharing will continue to function. Why? Why? How much does it cost to run this? This is like a key value store. So now when you click them starting August 23rd, 2024, when you click the link, it will bring you to this temp page that warns you that the link will no longer work in the near future and that you should save it. Over time, the percentage of links that will show the interstitial page will increase until the shutdown date. The interstitial page should help you track and adjust any affected links that you will need to transition as part of this change. We will continue to display the interstitial page until the shutdown date, after which all links served will return a 404 response. That it's hilarious they even have a workaround here with a URL param where you can skip that page. But that hurts as much as it helps. I hate this. So the problem here is there are so many places where a link is shared that will be missed. Imagine you're working on some hardware project and you run into some obscure bug and somebody links the fix and they were using the Google URL shortener for the link. So you're reading this forum post from 2016 where somebody had the exact same problem that you had, and there's a goo.gl link, and you click it, but you happen to click it on August 26th next year. The link won't bring you anywhere. And where it used to bring you isn't saved. So that is now just dead data. This is just killing the web. Not the whole web, obviously, because as they said, the traffic's gone down a bunch over time, and the majority of these links aren't being used. But there are links that exist on the web that work right now that are suddenly going to stop working. And that's not a simple thing to just back up and archive because Google's not giving us all the data. The only way we could handle this is if we somehow index every instance where one of these links is being shared that is public right now and save what it's pointing to. And I know there are some efforts to do that. I saw someone working on it. Yeah, Dub is doing some stuff with it. There are 3.6 billion URLs that have been shortened with goo.gl as per Majestic. And there's a significant amount of links that will be affected during the cutoff date. That's insane. 3.6 billion links break August 25th. That's unbelievable. That's actually unbelievable. Apparently, Internet Archive scrapes the places that these point at. We've been preparing for this since 2009. Check out 301 Works. Independent service for archiving URL mappings. The goal of the service is to provide protection for everyday users of short URL services by providing transparency and permanence of their mappings. Shortened URL archives are in accordance with 301 Works org membership. Okay. So they've been trying very hard to archive as many of these redirect URLs as possible. That's good to hear. Hopefully, they can get a decent percentage of these to be covered because this is absolutely terrifying. Thank you to dub.co for covering this as well. If you're looking for a modern short link platform, dub.co is awesome. Started as an open source project, vaguely based around some of the stuff that we were building on stream, and it's gone way further since. Really cool stuff. Google's links will no longer work from August 2025. Ooh, ggl.link, a free branded successor. Cool. So if right now you're using goo.gl links, you can hot swap them with some code to replace those all with the ggl.link. And my guess is that what this will do is it will both link you to wherever the goo.gl goes and also back up where it went so that it will continue working in the future. The alternative that Google initially recommended was Firebase dynamic links, which is also getting deprecated on August 25th. I did hear about that. That is hilarious. But this is what they said to use instead, and now this will be breaking as well. How Google of them to say, oh, don't worry, go use this other product that also is getting deprecated. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if GGL link will just work with the old links, though, so I might have just gotten baited into giving Dub a free ad. Regardless, you guys are working hard, and you won't make the same mistakes, so I can appreciate that. Right now, I just feel sick because it's terrifying to think all of these links just die, and if there's any that weren't hit by Internet Archive or other services, there will absolutely be data that's lost. There will be things that people linked to using these short links, using any of the 3.6 billion or more even of these short links. Where was the number? Yeah. Majestic. No. The fact that there's 3.6 billion of these links means that a lot of things won't be accessible anymore. They said less than 1%, right? We'll do 0.5% because they would have said 99.5 if it was the case. So 3,600,000,000 times 0.005. That's 18 million links that are being used every month that will no longer work. That's insane. That's actually insane. That's so much content that's just gone because they don't feel like hosting it anymore. The 301 works that the Internet Archive did has 200 gigs of redirect saved so far. That's hopeful. That makes me feel a little less scared. Hopefully, we can get all of the goo.gl links in that archive. And I hope that there's like a Chrome extension or something that will do its best to start logging those. But as a community, we're going to have to work hard to deal with this because Google's not doing the right thing, which would just be backing this data up somewhere. To be fair, people probably assume these are private, so it's possible links that aren't supposed to be shared would come out if they just publicized everything. But they did not put any real effort into solving this problem. The 1-year window to fix it is nice, but it's not enough. And I really just cannot see why this is beneficial. Why is it necessary to kill this? It can't possibly be that expensive to run and that problematic to deal with. It's genuinely really confusing to me that Google is going to just kill 3.6 billion links. Yeah, let me know in the comments if I missed something, because this one just kind of sucks. And yeah, until next time, peace, nerds. I need to get that done. I just am very busy with a billion fucking things. End of Google breaks web. Cool. We got 4 down. Look at that. We're burning through the content, boys. So this did drop today. Fuck. This is high priority. I just have to keep going today. Okay, I want to grab a beer for the final things I cover. Trying to think which ones are the most beer friendly. I think the AI Future one and the Stack Overflow survey one are. So let me just go rage about the CrowdStrike things for a bit. See this. I love this page, but I don't think it solves the issue of me wanting to try the latest nightly. Debug Bear. Yeah, this one's saved. I have that. The sad state of Chrome extensions, but that can wait. Yeah, the link defaults to LTS, but when you change, not LTS, now read the comments. What? Oh, installs NVM, download, verifies. Yeah, I love that they have this as the recommendation, like NVM, FNM, brew. I love that FNM made its way in because that is my preferred management tool for this. Yeah, no more .dmg bullshit. Very nice change. Yeah, FNM's great. What's this? Mark Dalgish. I love that Twitter just scrolls down when I click links now. Yeah, I'll continue to keep an eye on that one. FNM is Fast Node Manager. It's like NVM rewritten in Rust. And it's by a dev that's very, very smart that I trust. Making sure nothing is on fire quick. Seems like we're good. NVM's the node version manager, and FNM, trusting Schniz. Of course you're saying that, Mulroy. Schniz, Schlez, Galstar, whichever fake name he's using at any given time. He's one of my favorite people at Vercel. So, yeah, for better or worse, I've cursed myself. Oh, that's such a good clickbait title. The thing nobody told you about TypeScript. It's in the list now. God damn it. No freedom. I just have to work a lot. I might have to do another stream this weekend. Fuck me. Cool. Let's do the CrowdStrike stuff. CrowdStrike Follow Up. What do you got? Yeah, NVM brutalizes your shell. Fuck, that's a good topic. Your terminal is slow for dumb reasons. Thank you guys for the free content ideas. It's a shame I don't need free content right now. I need to finish filming my not free content. These are both really good things to cover when I don't have 7 fucking priority videos. 8 priority videos. Are you kidding? You're fucking kidding. So much content. Yeah, Post Hog's the shit. And hilarious name. What do you have for me, Gabriel? I did see this. Drag and drop for all. I have so many thoughts on this. I am really sad I can't cover it today. Because Jesus fuck. Jesus fuck. We have so much shit to film. Gotta cover the follow-up for CrowdStrike. Cool. So, phase. My idea for the intro for this is to grab like the highlight reel you see in like documentaries where it has everybody saying the name of the thing at the beginning. If we could just grab a clip of like Prime saying CrowdStrike, of Dave's Garage saying CrowdStrike, of Low Level saying CrowdStrike, of some random news anchor saying it, just like CrowdStrike, 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 CrowdStrike. Did I marker? Fuck, I think I markered. Yeah, I markered. I markered. Thank you for double checking. Cool. I need to move markers to a command with Fossabot so everybody can see when I leave one. It'll make life easier. Further reminders for post-stream. Cool. So yeah, the intro, yeah, Fireship will say it too. Yeah, just get like 4 or 5 people saying CrowdStrike, and then me saying CrowdStrike, and then a blue screen of death, and then my actual intro. So for mine in there, CrowdStrike. Cool. Then blue screen after all of those happen. Then, hi again. Sorry to bait you with the blue screen. This is fun though. I've already done a video about CrowdStrike, but since that video came out, a lot has happened. We have dealt with this as an industry. I had my own flights almost get delayed and got to see the fancy blue screen of death at my I even got to see the blue screen of death at my gate at a flight that almost got delayed. So we went through it, but the thing I really want to talk about is both what actually caused. Fuck, I want to retake this whole intro. Yeah. Attempt to. Put Twitch comments too. Meh. I might pull them up when I'm covering it, but we'll get there when we get there. Anyways. This CrowdStrike thing's been nuts. I know I already did a video and plenty of smarter people have too, but we're not just talking about CrowdStrike and what immediately happened anymore. Am I saying cloud over and over again? I am. Yeah. I know we're all tired of the CrowdStrike stuff. It's been nuts. But so much has happened since, and the coverage of that hasn't been great. And I had to jump in because, man, what actually caused CrowdStrike and how the companies responded are both fascinating. And honestly, I've been affected too. I had my own gate I almost had a flight delayed, and we even had the beautiful blue screen of CrowdStrike at the gate when we were trying to board the flight. Make sure you include the picture of my tweet with that there phase. So without further ado, I want to cover two things. First, the actual root cause. And second, more importantly, how embarrassing the company's response has been since. And man, it has been embarrassing. Ooh, I did see a fun link here. The scale of the delayed flights. Want to know just how bad Delta's meltdown is? The airline has now canceled 5,370 flights and counting since Friday. That's more flights than they canceled in all of 2018 and all of 2019 too, combined. 2 years worth of cancellations in less than 5 days. I hate all of this. So let's talk about the actual cause because, yeah, this is a fun one. Thank you to Svante for writing this one. Seems to be a very good source of information, and I'm excited to have somebody smarter covering this, so I'll make less dumb mistakes this time. 25 years ago, I said, really, I did, that automatic software updates pose a greater risk than malware. Okay, at the time, we only really had viruses. Yeah, so he said this before the days of ransomware, but still pretty wise. Many incidents since then have proven this right, but none more so than the CrowdStrike Falcon blue screen of death incident on July 19th. Since, as usual, the company won't release any detailed information on what really happened, we'll have to rely on other sources. I found that Dave Plummer's account on YouTube was very good and trustworthy. Dave actually just posted yet another video covering the stuff. Definitely worth checking his stuff out. In summary, after looking at crash dumps and based on his knowledge of how the Windows kernel works, Dave Plummer explains that what happened was probably the following. Also worth noting that they did actually publish their preliminary post-incident review. We'll get to that in a minute, and we'll see how it contrasts with what we're covering here. CrowdStrike has a need to check not only file signatures, but behaviors in general of software on the system. To do this, they've created a device driver that doesn't actually interact with any hardware, but has achieved WHQL release signatures. This is the Windows clearance signature that allows them to be included as an official driver that can be pushed through things like Windows Update. That's a hard certification to get, but clearly it's not hard enough because they were able to get it, and now they're able to hotfix changes to the device driver level on your computer, which, depending on where that driver is loaded, could mean your computer can't even boot. Because again, drivers are supposed to be a thing that lets the software communicate with the hardware, so it's at that really low level on your system. That means it can break things. But it's also important to note that there are different types of drivers. And the really important detail here is that they flagged it as a boot start driver, which means if it cannot load, you cannot boot. Theoretically great to make sure you can't boot the system without this stuff running, so that it's much harder to get a virus. If a virus was to theoretically disable the driver, now you can't boot. Cool, but what if an update breaks it? Now you're just bricked. So boot start driver might have seemed like a good idea at the time. We've since learned our lesson. But as they say here, it was really needed to boot the system. This, of course, is to make sure that it really does get loaded, which is great, as long as it doesn't crash the system, which unfortunately it did. So how did the signed certified driver crash the system? In short, by CrowdStrike hacking the protocol and Microsoft allowing that to happen. We don't know exactly what they did, but the challenge they have is that they feel the need to frequently update what behaviors to watch for. And in order to do so, they essentially needed to be able to upgrade the program, or they essentially need to be able to update program logic frequently. They could do so by building a new driver with the new logic and getting it WHQL signed again. So again, if you want to push a driver through Windows Update, every new driver you ship has to go through the Windows process of being approved before it can go through Windows Update. That's why things like graphics drivers are recommended to be installed separately using like NVIDIA's util instead of installing them directly through something like Windows Update, because the NVIDIA driver updates through their utility will always be more up to date because they're not blocked by Windows signing them and getting them in the right spot. You've seen my other videos talking about things like code push and hot updates over the air update type stuff. That's what's going on here. Instead of having to wait for Apple or Microsoft or these other companies to let you ship the update, They wanted to be able to do it themselves because if there's a new virus they want to protect all their customers for, they shouldn't have to wait 2 weeks for Microsoft to approve the driver update and then possibly months for all the computers to slowly install that Windows update. They need it out immediately. So what they did is a lot sketchier, as we're about to see. As they say, first it takes time for the driver to get certified, and then updating a driver is not done on the fly, so a reboot would be required. So if they were actually doing this by updating the driver directly, that has some problems because they have to wait now for the driver update to be installed and then for the reboot to happen. If there's a new virus they're trying to protect from, that's going to take too long. So the solution was a pile of sketchy hacks. To provide the driver with instructions that define the logic to execute, in other words, one form or another of P code, or even machine code. Thus, they can keep the same driver but update the logic by conceptually having the driver call out to external logic. This is what CrowdStrike misleadingly calls a content update. I would call it a code update. So, to break this down into more layman's terms, the way this works is that the driver doesn't necessarily contain the actual logic of what they're checking for in terms of potential viruses or exploits. What they're doing here instead is trying to make it so that the logic can be updated separately. So what the driver does is loads what it's supposed to do from somewhere else. So the driver doesn't include the instructions on what it's supposed to do. The driver reads an instructions file that describes all the things it's supposed to do and what it's supposed to look for. That allows it to skip the process of going through the driver update. And as people are saying in chat, very well put, effectively the driver is just running eval. Yes, theoretically, anyone could put something sketchy in the file that the driver is reading from, and it will just run that. And as such, they're able to skip all of the certifications without doing an update. And as people in chat are noticing, this is an enormous attack vector. It's actually kind of funny that antivirus software exposes such a massive potential to be attacked. The only way I could see this being safe is, and I hope that they're doing this, that they sign that output and that they will not run it inside of that binary unless it matches a signature from their endpoints. So hopefully, theoretically, they're executing things that follow their own rules. And apparently, according to chat, it's not an eval, it's only string data that has the rules. So hopefully that is the case. I'm sure as we read more, we'll learn more. Let's do that. By allowing the driver to read and perform instructions based on external context, regardless of what you call it, they're effectively bypassing the whole point of the WHQL certification of kernel mode drivers. Yes, because again, this isn't just a driver that runs after the OS boots. This is a boot required driver. The specific terminology, it's a boot start driver. Boot start drivers have stricter process they go through with Microsoft. Usually, these drivers have more rules and restrictions put on them because they block your system from booting. But since the driver itself was a small thing that was approved, it is loading logic from somewhere else, you can update it and skip all of the stuff. That's the chaos here. Where were we? In the end, though, it appears that it is just a trivial, embarrassing bug in the driver that caused the crash itself, in turn triggered by some equally trivial, embarrassing process error during CrowdStrike's deployment of content updates. I do hate they call this content updates when it can cause things like this. That's like, imagine if somebody published a new video on YouTube and it took down YouTube. The videos are content, they're not code. My video doesn't change the code that executes. My video is just a new piece of content. And if CrowdStrike just has a list of things that they're checking for, that's one thing. But if the content update results in different evaluation and different code being run that could cause problems like this, that's not just a content update anymore. They can call it that all they want. They're fucking bullshitting. The content update that CrowdStrike sent out was full of zeros. This I did mention before. We didn't know fully how that happened or what the impact is. Hell, we still don't know why it happened. But that's chaos. Instead of the actual rules and the actual content, they sent out null. And if somebody was to post an empty video on YouTube, it wouldn't break all of YouTube. So failures on all sides there. Obviously, this was not the intended content, and the simple data caused the driver to crash, which in turn caused the system to crash, since it doesn't have much choice in the situation. As the driver is also marked as a boot start driver, it will always get loaded on reboot, even if it crashed last time. This is what makes it so time-consuming to fix. The driver can't just be flagged as faulty. This is just the mark of plain really, really bad software. Software runs in kernel mode with full privileges and can do anything, and giving it a bunch of zeros as input crashes it. Just not simply good enough. Yeah, again, if a hacker snuck something malicious in here, hopefully the output's being signed. We don't have any way to confirm that just yet. Regardless, terrifying. So here's what the author thinks everyone missed. The two glaring omissions in the analyses. The big failure. How is it possible that someone sends out an update affecting the behavior of kernel mode code all at once, simultaneously, to millions and millions of systems around the whole globe at once? This is actually funny because I was at Chain React when this all happened, a conference in Portland. The speaker at Chain React isn't a software developer. It isn't somebody from our ecosystem. It's somebody that the host met at Toastmasters. He's a math teacher teaching high school math. And he is one of the best conversations, or he's one of the best people to talk to I've ever had a conversation with. He's just so thoughtful and friendly and fun and good at speaking. There's a reason he's the host for this event. I bring him up because he was trying to understand what was going on with the CrowdStrike and blue screen of death stuff. And despite not being an engineer, he somehow managed to reverse engineer the concept of rolling releases, of like clean room testing, of having user-like systems to do confirmations on, and how rollouts work. He had reverse engineered just through his assumptions how these things should be done, and he himself was able to figure out that we shouldn't be shipping any code to millions of users at once, and we should be rolling that out and making sure it doesn't break things before we roll out further. So, yeah, crazy that a math teacher seems to better understand how to do these rollouts than a massive security firm. But it also seems like the security firm's goal is investigations, not software, and they are kind of weak on the building side. They're more focused on the investigation and destroying side, which makes sense, but absolute mess. Let me know if I should do a whole video about my conversations with that math teacher because I thought they were great. Before I forget, I'm actually going to add that to my notes. Best code convo I've had was with a math teacher. This is actually something I've wanted to do a video on since I had the convo. I think it'll be fun. Anyways. Yeah, the only reasonable way to do global rollouts, especially for kernel code, is to stagger it. Start with 10 systems. What happens? Then 100, then 1,000. How did they just roll it out to everything at once? What the fuck? In the smaller failure, the kernel mode driver accepts external input but does no input validation. Perhaps it's digitally signed. As I mentioned before, nobody's confirmed this. But even if it is, the type of software must assume that it can't trust external content. According to Dave Plummer, the content update in question was all zeros, so at least no embedded digital signatures, apparently. Yeah, these are the problems. So they're obviously going to take care of this, right? Like, clearly they're going to jump and help all these companies out to the best of their ability. Yeah, they did that by offering a $10 Uber Eats gift card. $10. You can't get anything on Uber Eats for $10. That like almost covers the delivery cost. Are you joking? Are you joking? This is such a slap in the face. It seems like CrowdStrike is treating this like the world's smallest issue. Like it's some little thing that someone else screwed up and they're just here for it. It's embarrassing. I actually cannot believe that they thought this would be a good idea and not just get memed on immediately. Their PR team should be fired, the entirety of it. They are so clueless, it's insane. But on topic of their PR team, let's take a look at their update to see how much of this they actually owned. What happened? On Friday, July 19th, as part of regular operations, CrowdStrike released a content configuration update for the Windows sensor to gather telemetry on possible novel threat techniques. These updates are a regular part of the dynamic protection mechanisms of the Falcon platform. How many notice the word regular appear? Oh, it's just these two. They're insisting that this is regular, though. I like that the word regular appears way before anything resembling the word sorry. By the way, there's still been nothing from CrowdStrike that resembles the word sorry or apology. And also the X button on their site to close this doesn't work. I'm just trying to close this red thing here, and I literally can't. It will not go away. Systems in scope include Windows hosts running server version 7.11 and above that were online between Friday at 4:09 UTC and 5:27. That is over an hour that these updates were going out. The fuck? Yeah, that's what I thought. That was at 9 p.m. Pacific time. I believe they're based in Texas, so that would have been an hour earlier, or an hour later, so it would have been around 10 p.m. So why are they shipping updates like this at 10 p.m. if they don't have someone around to stop it if there's an issue? Because I was at an arcade that started having issues around that time. Nonsense. Actual nonsense. Yeah, they reverted it over an hour later. And I love they're saying which systems weren't affected. Cool. Thanks for letting me know if my computer was off when your shit was broken. That is good. I'm going to command plus this. Make it a little more readable. Cool. What went wrong and why? CrowdStrike delivers security content configuration updates to our sensors in two ways. Sensor content that is shipped with our sensor directly, and rapid response content that is designed to respond to the changing threat landscape at operational speed. The issue on Friday involved a rapid response content update with an undetected error. The error being that it was all zeros. Sensor content provides a wide range of capabilities to assist in I'm going to ad block this because it's annoying me. Cool. I don't care about sensor content updates. They're not the thing that mattered here. I was going to describe all of that. Cool. Thanks for the 4 paragraphs about the thing that isn't the problem. Fire your PR team, CrowdStrike. Seriously, they're almost as bad as your engineers. I hate just railing on a company because this is no one person's fault, but this is like, this level of cultural failure just suggests a level of ineptitude that I am struggling to fathom. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. Ugh. Yeah. Rapid response content, the thing that actually matters. It's used to perform a variety of behavioral pattern matching operations on the sensor using a highly optimized engine. Why are they... They're just gloating about the product. It's a highly optimized engine. I don't care. I want to do an analysis later where I count how many of the words here are them gloating about their product versus actually describing what the fuck happened. Because all 4 of these paragraphs have nothing to do with what happened. The rapid response content is stored in a proprietary binary file that contains configuration data. It is not code or a kernel driver. It's a proprietary binary file. Sure, you're the fact that it's not code to be compiled or a kernel driver, which is already compiled and included in Windows, it's this fun in between thing. But you're acting like it's less important when it's actually more important than the code. Ugh. Rapid response content is delivered as template instances, which are instantiations of a given template type. Each template instance maps the specific behaviors for the sensor to observe, detect, or prevent. Template instances have a set of fields that can be configured to match the desired behavior. In other words, template types represent a sensor capability that enables new telemetry and detection, and the runtime behavior is configured dynamically by the template instance, like the rapid response content. Rapid response content provides visibility and detections on the sensor without requiring sensor code changes. This capability is used by threat detection engineers to gather telemetry, identify indicators of adversary behavior, and perform detections and preventions. Rapid response content is behavioral heuristics, separated and distinct from CrowdStrike's on-sensor AI prevention and detection capabilities. I think the goal of this blog post was to burn anybody out who's trying to figure out what actually happened, because that's how I feel right now. I'm not going to make y'all suffer through this whole thing, so I'm going to read it and find the interesting bits so that the video doesn't suck. Phase, chop accordingly. I'll let you know when it's time to start including things again. Whole link will be in the description if you want to read the whole thing, as well as the link for the previous thing we read that was actually concise and useful. The detection engine. Fucking platform in the cloud. I'm so happy I chose to not read this. Holy shit. This is so dry. Okay, one thing to include. I will say, as I'm starting to read this more deeply, the content interpreter is designed to gracefully handle exceptions for potentially problematic content. If by gracefully you mean by taking down the entirety of 300 of the Fortune 500 companies in the world, like, you crashed hundreds of millions, if not billions, of computers with your graceful exception handling. Holy shit. That is... You know what? I actually can't fathom that they use the word graceful there. Like, it's like a mini game to see how much they can fuck up legitimately. I actually cannot fathom that they used the word gracefully here without immediately following it with, sorry, we thought it did this and it didn't. Actually unfathomable. Okay, so the minimum number we know right now is 8.5 million devices. Sorry, Microsoft had 8.5 million of their devices affected. So just Microsoft employees had 8.5 million computers. Oh, no, this is Windows devices total. It's a way bigger number than that. I don't believe that number. I'm calling bullshit on that number. You can scrap that part. I want to keep reading this, though. Again, we're cutting. I'm reading, and then you'll know when to include things again, FaZe. I trust you. Okay. Censor, control, content release. Okay, I finished reading this, and my conclusion is that either CrowdStrike is incredibly stupid or they are lying. I will summarize what I have read because this is unbelievable. The TLDR is they have their template types, which are how they check for specific types of patterns they're trying to prevent from hacking your system. They released an update in February that introduced a new type of template. They stress tested that in March, had no problems. They released it in April, and they had no problems. But then they deployed a new template that was using the new template type. These two additional IPC templates were deployed on July 19th, and one of the two passed validation despite containing problematic content data. The data was all zeros. It wasn't containing problematic data. It was problematic data. It was missing the actual data. That's like saying a car contains it's like saying a car contains an issue and the car is on fire. It doesn't contain an issue. It is burning. There is no car left anymore. You can't point at the pile of rubble and say, yeah, the car had an issue. No, the car has been burned to the fucking ground. Insanity. Yeah, they claimed that they ran their checks and their previously successful IPC template instance deployments, leading them to thinking that this problematic data was good when it wasn't. I guess all zeros passed their validation, which is insane. Their validation does not work. And then we received the sensor and loaded it onto the content interpreter. Problematic content in channel file 291 resulted in out-of-bound memory read, triggering an exception. Yeah, because at every level you failed here. You failed to write an actual update that worked. You failed to verify that this update would work. You failed to stage the rollout to make sure systems wouldn't crash when they get it. And your actual driver code failed to throw a reasonable exception and bail when the content it got was bad. So literally every single step along the process you have failed, and you're claiming that this was one small thing being missed. No, literally every step in your process is garbage. Somebody in chat just said that they smell AI hallucinatory stuff. AI would have written a better post than this. It would have apologized somewhere. Yeah. 911 was down. Hospital machines went down like MRIs. Emergencies got rerouted. People almost certainly died from this. And that's why they apologized with their $10 Uber Eats gift card. Sorry, Grandma. I know the heart attack was rough, but here's a $10 Uber Eats gift card that we gave to the hospital that couldn't take care of you. Absolute fucking delusion. Absolute delusion. I cannot believe that these guys are in business still. I really hope they're sued off the planet. I'd rarely say that because it sucks. People are going to have to find new jobs. And there's a lot of great security engineers whose jobs are figuring out how things get hacked that work at this company that have nothing to do with this, that are going to get fucked over as the company falls apart. And it sucks. And I hope they get a lot of gift cards. Software resiliency and testing. Here is how they plan to prevent this all from happening again. They're going to improve the rapid response content testing by using testing types such as the following. Local develop. This is a particularly funny thing to include because it implies that they weren't doing this before. It's very funny to think that they might not have been doing this prior. Genuinely beautiful. Throw this one in the video phase. This can't be real. The lack of awareness is bordering on an artistic statement. I cannot fathom this being the reality we live in. I feel sick. How about instead of rollback testing, you do rollouts? You don't send it to millions of computers at once. Stress testing, fuzzing and fault injection, stability testing, and content interface testing. How about you update the driver so if it doesn't have a good content update, it doesn't crash your system? I can't believe I'm Excalibur drawing for this one, but this is bad enough it deserves it. The deep failure of CrowdStrike. Okay, so here are the things that went wrong. First, a bad content update shipped with all zeros. 2, this update rolled out to 100% of users immediately at 10 p.m. PT. 3, the boot secure, or is it boot start? What was the term for it again? Boot start driver. I don't want to close that. 3, the boot start driver loads the new content. 4, the boot start driver crashes because of the bad content update. So why am I bothering to notate all of these? Because literally all 4 of these things should have been preventable with any level of competence. How do you like, I actually cannot fathom step one. How do you make the bad content update with all zeros? And between 1 and 2, how do you have that bad update of all zeros? And rather than it being caught, it gets deployed. And then when it gets deployed, how does it roll out to 100? So we're going to go through and count all of the failures for each of these. Oops. Okay. So I'm going to copy this and put it down here so I have it again if I want it. Cool. So let's go through all of the failures from 1 here. There should be validation or any CI on these updates. The fact that a new content update, like an item, one of these, whatever the fuck they call these transformer type things, could exist with all zeros, that somebody could push that and it's not immediately flagged in CI at that level, that's embarrassing. That is pathetic. The fact that these updates aren't aggressively tested on creation. Like, did they just not run it? Did they never take the content, the binary that they created, and then test it on anything? This is just the steps before we even get to the deploy process. Did anyone review it? Like, if a human that wasn't the one who created it looked at this, that should have been obvious. So 3 massive failures at the content update level. Any of these things could have prevented this from happening. Insanity. Even just checking it on one computer would confirm this was bad. Cool. So that's just in step 1. There were 3 failures that any one of these being corrected would have kept this from happening. Step 2. Why can we deploy updates that haven't been verified? If they had just checked that this update had run on one machine successfully one time before sending it out, this would not have happened. Or, why not validate the data? If they just had basic data validation that made sure that's not all zeros that are in the update, like any level of can this even be parsed, being included at this step before the rollout. Easy. Why did they not do that? Why not sign these updates? It's possible they're signed, but considering the fact that the binary that went out is all zeros with no signature in the header, it seems like they're not even signing the updates. So there's no way to validate it at the driver level before you actually try running the instructions in it. Actual fucking insanity. And then the biggest one, the one that I mentioned, that math teacher could quickly infer. To be fair, he inferred a lot of the things that we're covering here. But the big one, why not a rolling release? I think I get why on this one, because if there is theoretically a new virus they just discovered and they want to make sure that all their customers aren't affected by this new virus they just discovered, they want to send this checkout to everybody immediately. I just don't know which virus a bunch of zeros is protecting from. Regardless, they should have a system where they deploy to a subset of machines, ideally ones that are in their network that they have like direct access to, and they make sure that they're not literally fucking crashing or dealing with massive performance regressions before the next step. Because there are still issues here. It's possible that even if you check that all this is valid, that an update causes a huge performance issue and all of a sudden every customer's computer is running at 1/10 of the speed. None of this is prevented either. But it doesn't seem like that's the issue they ran into. They ran into literally crashing your system. Regardless, it's a mess. So step 1, there were 3 things they could have done better that I could think of immediately. Step 2, 4 things. The fuck? And God forbid you confirm it does what you expect it to. This honestly probably belongs here. So we'll say that there's 4 steps or 4 things here that they failed. They didn't even confirm that it does what it's supposed to. Because if they tried running it, they tried testing it, they tried doing anything, even just running it locally, they could have caught that this was broken. Yeah, cool. So we have all the failures for 1. There's at least 4 of them that I could think of. Then for step 2, at least 4 of them that I can think of. And we're still just getting started. The boot start driver loads the new content. Why does it do this during the boot start process. I understand why the driver is a boot start driver, because they want the driver to always be there when the computer is on. They don't want it to be possible to start up the computer, not have their antivirus running, and then get into the OS and have shit happening. But it can start the driver and not parse all of these additional new things until it's gotten in. Speaking of which, why does it not validate the content? If the driver is doing these content updates, and as they said so eloquently in their blog post, the content interpreter is designed to gracefully handle exceptions from problematic content. If by gracefully you mean blue screening on boot, sure. But no. At the very least, it should only be running content that it is verified works. During boot, running whatever content is there makes no sense at all, because I could have turned off Windows, connected via or just run a bootable OS off a flash drive, I don't know, Linux of some form, change the files in the file system, and then rebooted. And now it's going to fail because the boot start driver is going to load whatever the hell I put there. At the absolute least, the driver should keep a list of things that it has run in the OS before successfully, and on boot only include that content, not including all of the things that are there, because some of them might not work. And we only know that when the computer blue screened. Ideally, it's going to validate the content, though, rather than just running whatever it reads from. Ugh. Somebody made a point that I'm 50-50 on, that is partly on Microsoft. Half agree. I think that skipping the WHQL certification process is dumb. I get why. As I said before, in order to deal with new risks that come out every day, you can't wait for Microsoft to approve a Windows update in order to ship that change. I understand why they don't want to do that, but the fact that they were effectively able to cheat their way through the certification by shipping a minimal driver that is a boot start driver, which should be treated with way more sensitivity, because all the code in the driver was fine, but then the code that's being loaded in using these content updates is bad. That's insane. It's actually unfathomable that they could get through the process, and I really hope Microsoft cracks down on this going forward. And of course, the obvious, why does it crash the whole system when a bad update is read? This is just unfathomable, especially when they said that it fails gracefully. It clearly doesn't. And there's a bunch of ways to handle this. If a crash occurs, don't try reading that content again. There's many more things I could think of if I just sit here, that at this step, the driver could have been written in any more competent way and prevented all of this. But none of that happened. Actually, some of these things belong in this section underneath here, like these two parts. Yeah. Cool. So, if we count what my dumb web dev butt could figure out about this, we have 4 things that could have prevented the first step, 4 things that could have prevented the second step, 3 things that could have prevented the third one, and 2 that could have prevented the fourth. Literally any single one of these things being done would have saved millions of computers, billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of people missing their flights, and so much immeasurable shit. It's unbelievable that the level of incompetence could exist there at a security company whose job is doing things right. They come in when the companies that are using their software fuck up, not because they fucked up. The thought that none of these things were done is actually hard for me to comprehend. And people get mad at us for forgetting a cookie in the wrong place or an undefined. Holy shit. Just looking at this list and realizing the level of incompetence on display is impossible to fathom. And I hope this helps emphasize why people are so angry, because there's a lot, and everybody's going to zero in on any one of these points. And I'm trying to avoid doing that because it's so tempting to just dig in on one of these sections and roast them for it. but there's no one thing they did wrong. It's literally everything. If they had not fucked up any one of these 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 failures, any one of these not going wrong would have been fine. There's a thing in aviation called the Swiss cheese model. It's called the Swiss cheese model because if you take a bunch of slices of Swiss cheese from different things and you line them up, there isn't going to be a hole straight through because the holes in the Swiss cheese don't always line up. But if there's enough holes in all of the cheese, you end up with the risk that something goes straight through it. And if those holes happen to line up in the perfect way, you're fucked. Some of these holes are literally just the entire slice. Like not verifying the content update, not even running it before pushing it. That's not the Swiss cheese model. That's a bunch of slices you've just taken out for the shit of it. This is unbelievable. And I really hope anybody who is using CrowdStrike is reevaluating that decision because this level of incompetence isn't something they fix with some smiley updates and by claiming that they were designed to gracefully handle exceptions. And it's certainly not going to be solved by local developer testing. This gets solved by firing everybody involved with this process who thought this was acceptable and then moving to a different vendor because they can't be trusted anymore. This is insane. I've never seen anything like this in my life. And the more that we learn, the more painful it gets. Also, just to prove it, the rapid response content deployment solution that they've planned to keep from happening in the future is that they're going to implement a staggered deployment strategy. They didn't have one. They have now formally confirmed by including this that they did not have staggered deployments. They did not do rolling releases. They have now formally stated that by putting this here. Improve monitoring for both sensor and system performance, collecting feedback during rapid. That doesn't help anything. The fact that they're not already keeping track of performance is pathetic. But if the machine's blue screen, they're not going to get any data anyways. Provide customers with greater control over the delivery of rapid response content updates by allowing granular selection of when and where these updates are deployed. Yeah, just blame the customer, because if they install too early of an update and they go down, it's their fault. Yeah, blame the customer more. I know you guys love doing that, CrowdStrike. And also give us release notes. God forbid you tell us what you're installing on our systems. Fuck. I knew I was going to get a little angry with this one, but I did not think it was this bad. I'm out of words. If you want somebody else or if you want to hear somebody else rage, go watch Fireship's video. Or if you want to hear somebody else rage, I'm sure Low Level Learning's video about this is up too. I'm sure he's going to be as angry, if not more so, than me. I have nothing else though. Peace, nerds. They canceled the gift cards. Okay. It seems like their press team is working hard because the embarrassment of the gift cards was something they wanted to deal with. So they canceled the Uber Eats gift cards. Literally, they can't stop doing this to themselves. I can't fathom this. I actually can't. Holy shit. Oh, Uber canceled them because they thought they were fraud. That's even funnier. That's even funnier. Vu, do you actually have enough points to do end stream? You can't possibly. It's such an insane number. It's 500,000 points. I'm going to do a new intro. I'm sorry, FaZe. I'll put in the notes that I'm doing this. Cool. Anyways, I want a new intro for this. The CrowdStrike failure is somehow even bigger of a mess than any of us thought. I really want to emphasize this. This isn't the normal, like, someone made a small oopsie. There are so many points of failure here. It's actually unbelievable. And now we're finally starting to get more reporting from people who have dug in to see what's up. And of course, some embarrassing updates from CrowdStrike because they don't seem to know how to do anything other than embarrass themselves. And you might have noticed I'm a little frazzled. I already filmed this video and I'm redoing the intro because I did not realize how absurd this was. And every detail I read somehow makes it more embarrassing. From the $10 gift cards they're handing out as an apology to the 13 plus failures I as a web dev could identify, any one of which would have prevented this. They admitted they weren't ever doing staggered releases. I cannot fathom how broken this company is. So without further ado, watch me stumble into madness as I slowly discover the level of insanity that exists at CrowdStrike. Because, yeah, I ended up making a list. So if you like the Excalibur videos, hope you enjoy this one. Anyways, off to Theo from 30 minutes ago before he was so pissed off. I think that'll be a fun intro. End versions ago from latest customers are already using. Why was it not for? Yeah, there are infinitely more of these types of things. When the video cuts will be significantly, you're not wrong. I should have drank for that one because fuck, I'm angry. This is absolutely top priority. I want this out tomorrow if possible. I'm so sorry, FaZe. Absolute fucking chaos. Cool, I have their actual update there too. Cool. Frame's already full. Oh, boy. Oh, fun. How are my tweets doing? Also, I need to run commercials, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. You know the deal. If you don't want commercials, sub. It's not that expensive. Thank you, Crazy Diamond, or Demand, Crazy Diamond, whatever I'm supposed to call you, for the 11 months, almost at the year mark. Damn. Also, Leho for gifting. I think I thanked you before, regardless. Oh shit, thank you BreakSec for the raid. Appreciate that. Sorry I missed it before. I was in the middle of yelling. I did not expect that to be as bad as it was. Let's do something more fun. The Astro server island stuff. Do I grab a beer before this one or after? I think covering this one sober and having a beer for the rest sounds like a good idea. How are you doing on time? It's only 5 o'clock. 3.5 hours, 4 videos. 5 videos. We're doing really good today, actually. Damn. I would like to get these 3 out. It is 5 o'clock here. If the ad wasn't 40 seconds off, then I would do it. We'll do one more video, and then we'll grab the beer. Yeah, FaZe, keeping you fucking busy, for sure. Back to it. Astro server islands. Let's do it. Thank you guys for complimenting the hard work. I wasn't even sure about it going live today. I'm very thankful I did because holy shit. I work hard. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Demon. Yeah. I was concerned I wouldn't be able to make good content today, and I am very proud of some of the content I've made today, so I'm happy that worked out. That fucking CrowdStrike video is going to be one of the best ones, and I did not think I was qualified to make one of the best CrowdStrike videos, so feeling good about that at least. Cool. Astro server islands time. I need to figure out an intro for this one. Intro for this one's going to be hard. I might have to come back and refilm it, but we'll do a temp one. Oh shit, I just missed another 50 gift bomb. God damn it. Thank you so much for the pile of gifts, Blazingly Slow. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much for the support. Definitely extra motivation as I'm diving through all of this madness. Yeah, I appreciate it a ton. CrowdStrike is stupid. Great follow-up with that. Appreciate it. You've gifted almost as many subs as CrowdStrike has made stupid, obvious mistakes. Actually, start Astro. Cool. Thank you again, Blazingly Slow. If you want me to prioritize anything in particular, let me know, as always. But I can actually start the Astro video. Cool. Okay, I think I know what I want to do here for it. Generally, I like to think of innovative technologies as falling into two buckets. There's one bucket where things are regularly being reinvented, where new solutions are being tried, tested, and proven out. In the other bucket, there are the projects that look at things from the first bucket and see what is and isn't working, see what's causing those things to be adopted, what's making it harder to use them, and how we can benefit devs in a more immediate sense. For a somewhat common example of this, you can... Well, I think I have a good example that people mostly agree with this. I want a controversy-free example of this, of somebody doing something really innovative and somebody else copying it. All the examples I'm thinking of are too controversial. Dynamic islands are too hard for people to understand. Signals would work, yeah. For one example of this, we can look at something like signals, which were pushed really hard in some older frameworks, but most notably, the new framework, Solid. And in a lot of ways, Solid is trying to be super, super innovative. Eventually, other frameworks, like even Angular, saw that innovation, saw the parts that would be the most useful to the average Angular dev, and took those things. Both of these frameworks are innovating, but they're doing it in very different ways. Solid is pioneering new solutions, and Angular is trying to take those solutions and make them useful to existing devs. Now think about the framework Astro. Your immediate thought is probably that it falls in that first bucket of doing things that are truly unique and innovative. And in some ways it is. But I don't think that's the goal of Astro. The reason I started using Astro, as I cited, the reason I started using Astro was actually a quote that used to be on their homepage. I found that Astro was the first time that the existing tools I was used to from the JavaScript ecosystem, things that I would use with stuff like React, could be used well with a static site builder. So I wanted a static site, like a blog or a marketing site. I could take advantage of all the fun tools like, I don't know, Tailwind that I was used to using in React and get the same benefits, but with a static site builder. Astro has obviously progressed a ton since then and is used for all sorts of awesome new things. But today, they drop one of my favorite updates to date, because this update takes one of my favorite new features from Next.js and makes it accessible to basically everybody, regardless of your infrastructure, which, to be clear, is not the case with the Next.js version. That new feature is being called Server Islands, and I'm blown away. This is such a cool new feature and such a clever way of getting the benefits of the partial hydration. I'm blown away with this feature. It's such a cool solution to getting the streamed responses benefits that we get from something like Next, while also letting you statically host your content. And all of those words might not mean much to you yet, but we're going to get to what they all mean as we go through this, because this is a really cool update. So I'm going to start this the way I start most of my Astro content, by talking about Next.js. Actually, before we get to this, we would talk about Next. Before we get to Next, we would talk about islands. You might be curious what an island is. Let's take, can I pause this? Cool, it is a video, so I can pause it. So let's take this page. Let's say most of this content is static, but you want this book now button to be a mini React component that has all the fancy interactions you'd expect from React. Maybe you have one of those chat widgets in the corner that has all the fun behaviors you would expect from the little built-in intercom chats you can click and ask questions about the product. What if you didn't want all of those to be part of the exact same React code base that powers the whole site? What if I didn't want React code for this part on the left? I just wanted it for this button and maybe for that intercom thing in the bottom. What dynamic islands do is they let you have little islands of dynamic behaviors in your site. And when you use them with something like Astro, that means you can write the whole site as a static template using something like Astro syntax or even using React directly, but you only send the JavaScript to the client when you tell Astro to do it. Let me find it in their docs. Cool. Oh, look at that. Their docs even describe this more directly for us. An island refers to any interactive UI component on the page. So if the header is interactive, that could load some JavaScript and be included that way. But maybe the static sidebar, maybe the content is static as well, maybe the footer is static, but you have an image carousel, which is also interactive. So to make something an island, all you have to do is mount a component from React or Solid or whatever framework, and you specify client::load. Now that component is interactive on the page. It will actually send the JavaScript down. Let me go initialize an Astro project so I can actually show this. Bunx create Astro app. Is this create Astro, hopefully? Yay. Make sure it's latest. Cool. We'll make Astro Islands demo. Include sample files, TypeScript, strict, yes, yes. Cool. I had to turn the AC back on because I am getting warm. I knew it had turned off. I just needed confirmation. Cool. Yeah, the Astro CLI is dope. Let's get those depths. Cool. And here we have the project. Git, commit, init. We have our initial commit. So if we go to this index page, let's bun dev quickly. Oh, it's going to be 4321. Yeah, they have their own custom port. Cool. Let's add React quick because it's pretty easy to do. Cool. Now we have React added. I'm just going to clear out some of the junk here to make the markup a little easier to read. I forgot to change the hotkey of that. Cool. Let's just delete the SVG. I'm going to delete all of this. Leave the main. Hi, nerds. Cool. And now we have this nice little blank page. It says, hi, nerds. Let's make a React component. We'll do our favorite counter.tsx. Export function counter, const count. I have to import React. So close. Cool. So now we have our counter. And if we want to use this, it's as simple as putting it in the code. So here, we're going to paste the counter. It's going to import. Theoretically, it should just work. And if we go here, we see count is 0. And wait, when I click it, it's not working. What's going on? This is where the concept of islands gets useful. By default, your components are only going to run on the server, be it in build or if you're hosting your Astro app as a web service on request. By default, when we were to run build, this would spit out HTML that includes this in the HTML with no JavaScript to actually run. So if you want this code to run, you don't want to just include this component because it looks nice. That's when you would specify something like client load. Hopefully you would spell client right. And now that it says client load, this will actually send the JavaScript to the client. And that is what an island is. It's a component that loads its JavaScript because you told it to. And what's cool here is I could have multiple of these in different places in the app, and none of them interfere with each other because they're all loading their JavaScript separately. That's what an island is. Instead of having one giant React app that runs the JavaScript for everything, an island is a little piece of your page, almost like a component, that loads its own JavaScript for its own needs. So most of your site can be static, and then just those dynamic parts can be dynamic. So that's the first thing we need to understand. Because, as you saw, these are server islands, not dynamic islands or client islands. These are server islands. And while it would be fun to dive straight there, I think a quick tangent to Next.js might be useful here. I want to find the partial pre-render site. Not the learn. Here. Okay, cool. We'll start here. So partial pre-rendering's an awesome new feature in Next that is admittedly hard to set up on your infrastructure. Vercel even has had a lot of tough work in order to make this function because it's hard to do. The way that partial pre-rendering works is, in order to understand PPR, it's important to understand a little bit about content streaming. If you go to a website like, let me just initialize a Next app. I'm going to be writing a lot of code for this one, aren't I? Bunx, create next app at latest. Test next PPR. Cool. And cut until I have the code working phase. Okay, I have a really basic example here. Export default function home. So this is the home page, all in React. Hopefully we all know basics of React. I have two elements in this main. I have the div for this is static, and then I have this slow, I'm gonna rename this from slow page to slow component. So we have slow component, which has to wait for 4 seconds, and then it returns. So if I was to bun dev, this guy, you'll see the page is taking its time, 1, 2, 3, 4, however long. And then this is static, this is dynamic, and slow. That sucked. We had to wait the whole time. And if I go back to the network tab, and we refresh this again, you'll see it's taking forever. It's just sitting in that pending state. And it took the whole 4 seconds to load. That sucks. If you have one element on your page that takes a while to render for any of many reasons, it takes way longer for that to actually run. So how do we prevent that? This is where one of the coolest new features of modern React stuff comes in, streaming, specifically out of order streaming. So if we wrap this with suspense, so we're just wrapping the slow component in suspense. We could even add a fallback. Fallback equals, cool. I accidentally deleted the slow component when I did that. Cool. So we have the fallback with loading, and then slow component comes in. And if we reload this page, now it loads immediately with the loading there, and then the content comes in. If we go back and we look at this request, you'll see something interesting. I wish it let me zoom in more easily here. But yeah, browser tools are both great and obnoxious. God, they're making this way harder to see than I want it to be. If I close and reopen, will it at least reset the state for it? Cool. I'm going to change that to be less than 4 seconds to make it hard to see. Actually, make it 500 milliseconds. That'll make it easier. Cool. I lowered the time so it'd be easier to see this. You see that little green bit there? That's how long it took to get something back. And then everything after is what happened afterwards. So the green bit there is the server sending its first response, which is the content of the page. The blue bit is the stream. It's everything else that comes afterwards. So the cool feature in Next that I'm showing is that you can wrap certain parts in suspense, and now these won't block a response. Without this suspense boundary, React has to wait for this component to render before it knows what HTML to send the user. By putting suspense in, we're telling React, hey, by the way, you can skip this part for now, send a response to the user when it's ready, and then update that later on out of order, which means we can put this anywhere. I can put it above, I can put it below, I can put it in a different component. React doesn't care, and it will figure out when this content is done how to stream it to the content and React will figure out once this is done resolving how to stream it to the user and put it in the right place on the page. That's so cool. The fact that we don't have to think about where it goes on the page, it just works within React, is one of those subtle miracles that isn't given enough credit, but it's awesome architecture, enables really cool things. But there was a catch. In order to get that first page, in order to get the thing that was initially responded with to the user, which would be the HTML that I have here, if I just open this there, skip all the JS stuff, where we have the main content, this is static, and then this loading div. In order to get this to the user, we had to run a server, which meant that we had to wait for a Lambda to spin up, deal with a cold start, process the request, generate the initial response, figure out what parts needed to be streamed in, and then send it to the user. That's a lot of steps to do before the user sees anything. And during that time, you're going to be staring at one of those ugly browser loading pages that might just be a blank white page. Ideally, if everything in this file is the same for all users all the time, we shouldn't need to wait for the server to spin it up and send this first chunk down. If this first response, if the part that's in green here at the beginning, if that green bit there is always the same for all users, why do we have to wait to send this part? Why can't we just cache that on a CDN? That's what partial pre-rendering is. Partial pre-rendering is identifying what outer shell and template, so to speak, of your site is common across all users. So that can be cached on a CDN, and then the rest of the dynamic content can be streamed in when it's ready. This is awesome, because this means you don't have to load any JavaScript really at all. You don't have to wait for a server to spin up. You don't have to wait for anything. You just load the static shell the same way you would load a plog off a CDN, so you get that immediate, instantaneous load time. And then the server streams in the server streams in the, God, I don't know why I'm stuttering on this. And then the server can stream in the dynamic parts when they're ready. This is an awesome pattern, but it turns out it's pretty hard to implement because you need to have something that can grab both the CDN cached chunk and then send in the streamed stuff afterwards and handle that fast enough that you're not eating more performance issues. Vercel has this working on their infrastructure, but getting it working on your own isn't fun. It might be easier in the future, but right now it is hard to have a streamed response where the first chunk comes as quick as possible from a CDN and then the rest comes in later when the server is done generating it. That is difficult to do. Hopefully this is useful context as we dig into what Astro just released with their experimental server islands. I think I need Excalidraw. So how next.js PPR works. So if we have our server and we have our user, The way things used to work is the server would just send one response to the user. But with PPR and server-side rendering and all these fun things, it all gets more complicated. So instead of doing PPR first, we'll do streaming initially. So the way next streaming works is the user requests to the server, hi, give me site. And then the server sends, after doing all of its work to generate the stuff, HTML shell. This is where it sends all the things that aren't suspended. And this will also include things like JS tags, like CSS, all of the sources and additional data the client might need. So it can start loading those things. It can load the font. It can load the CSS. It can load the JavaScript bundles. It can load all of those things while the server is continuing to do more work. So afterwards, the server sends another response, which is suspense or whatever was inside suspense. So as the server, the interesting thing here is the server sends effectively multiple responses to the user. The first one it sends is that HTML shell, which is everything that's not wrapped in a suspense. And then everything that's in a suspense, it just slowly sends over. So it could do this once, it could do this 5 times, it could do it however much it needs. And if we go back to my code example, we could even do that. Let's change this slow component so that it takes in a number. Props number, or I'll say time number. Cool. And we'll wait for props.time here. We'll pass one that's 500. We'll do one that's 1,000. And we'll do one that's 3,000. And I'll change this to say and took props.time milliseconds. Cool. Nice. So now if we load the same page, you'll see this is dynamic took 500, this is dynamic took 1,000, and this is dynamic and took 3,000. And if I start recording that again, you'll see all of these came through as updates as part of the stream. Next.js handling that for you and meaning that the user can get a response faster is awesome. So this is how Next.js streaming works. It sends whatever isn't suspended, and then it sends the things that were suspended after. How Next.js PPR works is a bit more complex. We no longer have just the server. Instead, we have what I'll call the edge. And the edge has 2 additional places that it is going to communicate with. It's going to communicate with the CDN and the server. So this time I'm going to use colored arrows to make things a little clearer. We're going to make the CDN blue, and we're going to make the server red. So the first thing we did is we send to the edge, hi, give me site, as the user. So what we'll do there is we're going to forward that request over to the CDN. And the CDN is going to give us the same thing that our server would have given above here. So this HTML shell that would have been generated by the server is instead coming through the CDN so that I can come way faster. And while that is happening, while we are doing that piece, we are spinning up the server. So at the same exact time this is happening, and I'll put that there to be clear, we also hit up the server and say, hey, server, start spinning up. Now, the server doesn't know jack shit about this CDN. These two don't know about each other at all. So the first thing the server does is it sends the exact same chunk that the CDN sent. It just takes way longer to get there. So what the edge does here is it follows through this request. It forwards the CDN request to the user as though that is what they were fetching. So they get that. And then this first server request, which is the exact same content, it just kills. I'm going to put this on the outside because it'll fit better. Cool. So that first blue arrow gets forwarded through and sent to the user. This red arrow gets axed. This guy gets killed because we already sent what was in this to the user. But then an important thing happens. A streamed update comes through. And the streamed update can operate against the cached page the same way we were doing before. And then that third cached response can come in as well. Let me fix these arrows a little bit. This diagram could be done much better, but the point isn't to make the most beautiful possible diagram, it's to showcase how this actually works. And then the server sends the streamed updates. And those make it to the user, and it behaves the same. So as you see, going from here to here is a bit complex because now you have to deal with a lot of different types of infrastructure in order to orchestrate all of this. You need to have an edge that's smart enough to hit a CDN and a server at the same time, send the CDN cached or shell to the user, kill the first response from the server and drop it, and then forward these additional suspense changes to the user. So basically, how does the CDN get updated? That's just part of your build process. When you build your site, when you run next build or run CI, it will spit out these changes that go to the CDN. Because again, this requires the first chunk to be static and shared between all users. So if we go to the example in the next docs, which I closed, on this fake e-commerce site, the logo will be the same for everybody. The search bar will be the same for everybody. The picture of the item and the description will be the same for everybody. But what's in your cart will be dynamic, and the recommended will be dynamic. So the static shell that is the same for everybody, that's determined on build or on the first time somebody goes to the page, that can be thrown in the CDN, and then everything else gets streamed in afterwards. So, the thing I'm trying to showcase here is that this is slower because you don't get to see a site immediately because you have to wait for the server. The server takes more time than a CDN, period. So if your goal is to get the user to see something as quickly as possible, you need a CDN. But if I was to put the CDN in front here instead, the server never gets hit. And that doesn't work. That's why Vercel has created this complex infrastructure with an edge that goes between the CDN, the server, and the user in order to make sure all of these chunks get orchestrated to the right place at the right time. This is complex, and I'm not expecting everybody to follow this because this is not simple. And that's why we need to talk about how Astro does it. How Astro server islands work. First thing we have to do, delete this chunk in the middle. Oop. Edge. That is now gone. Now we have to move the CDN over and also delete all these arrows that are connecting to it. Because the way that Astro server islands work is a lot more similar to how sites worked traditionally in the past, where the user requests from a CDN and they get back that static shell. Then some interesting things happen. The user has to load whatever JavaScript is here, figure out that there are some holes in the DOM. So if we write this out as code, we have HTML, div, static stuff, div. Now we have div, we'll say needs content equals / something. If this is the content of the page, then what we've loaded now is this HTML with this div, and then this empty div that has this specifier in it that it needs content, and it needs it from / something. So here is where this gets interesting. We're going to grab our old server. We're going to delete all these arrows. Once the once the user has parsed the JS, loaded the HTML, and realized, oh, I need to fill out this hole here. This hole needs to be like, in order to fill this hole in the template, we need to get more data from the server. That's when another request is made, this time to the server. So this request would be going to, change this off of that syntax, /server, or /something is what I said. So they are now requesting from /something. And now the server can generate whatever element needs to go into this box. And then the server sends that. So we'll say, I'm not even going to specify what it is. But let's say there's two of these, like I had an example above. So you have something. I'll have div needs. I just realized my face is covering this, isn't it? Thank you guys for the heads up there. Cool. Sorry about that. Here's the HTML. Content equals /something else. Cool. So the server or the user can then immediately, once finished loading, request something and something else at the same time. I'm going to move the arrows accordingly. So they requested something and something else. And now, since there's two requests going on, the server can be a boring old server and just respond with these two responses whenever it's ready. This makes things a lot more simple. You can see why they would want to do this. Makes a lot of sense. Oh shit, blazingly slow with yet another insane GIF bomb. Jesus Christ. Going insane today. 350 total on the channel. Insanity. Thank you so much for all the support, man. Going crazy. Yeah, again, make sure if there's anything important you want me to cover today that I do. For now, we're focused on this. Thank you again so much. I will celebrate Blazingly Slow Dev and his generosity after this video once I've grabbed a beer. Cool. So this is a really elegant solution where the server islands are a way to tag a given element and say, hey, this element needs more content from the server. This does have a cost, though, which we'll get to in a bit. But first, I want to try it and play with it because this is an awesome new feature. Yeah. Mark your components with server:defer, and they'll now be rendered on the server at runtime independently from the rest of your page. You can now safely cache these pages at the edge and get great LCP, which is largest contentful paint scores. That's the great part, is you can take the static part and throw it in S3, throw it in a generic CDN, throw it anywhere the way you would with any traditional CDN and static site generator. And then the dynamic parts can be requested and fetched later on. So if I was to go back to the Astro demo here, we had this counter client load. Instead, we're going to make a new card. We'll call this slow card. Slow card. I don't care about this additional stuff. We'll leave the title in the body. I'm going to kill the link, but we're going to do time number. Pass time. We're going to kill the link tag. And what we'll do here is block for time MS. Set timeout. That's not how that works. Function wait for. Cool. Oh, wait for time. Cool. So I just created an arbitrary block now where in this component, we can pass it an amount of time that it will now block for. So obviously, if we were to generate this as a static page, this won't be included because it's going to take some amount of time. We want this to be dynamic. So now if we go back to the page and below the counter, we do a slow card. It's going to type error because we need a title equals this is slow. Body is cool. And we have it wait a second. And now if we go to, where's my actual Astro site? I'm not running it. Let's just open this up next to it. Button dev. Cool. Do you see that took some time to load in? I'm curious how they did that in a way where the rest of the page loads. I think the default behavior now is streaming in Astro. That's the only way that would make sense. Interesting. Moving await calls. Okay, so it is smart enough to just do that. Can I tell it to block? Is there no way for me to say wait there? I'm very curious. I did not realize Astro just blindly did the equivalent of suspense whenever there's something that takes time. Very interesting. Any Astro experts around that know how to brute? Is a server load instead of defer? I didn't put defer. Server. I don't think that's an option. I'll find server component. Interesting. Let me just confirm that that's coming in as a stream quick. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely being streamed in. Maybe I need to specify static somewhere. No. It's mode? No. Output? Static. Haha. But it still streams. Do I have to kill and restart the dev server maybe? It still streams in dev. The fuck? Fred, I will send you this VOD and you will hopefully fix more things for me. The fuck? Rendering modes. It's going to be really hard to demo this locally without this. Yeah, do I DM? I'm going to DM Fred. DM sent. We'll see if Fred can come rescue us. Await the promise at the top level component. I hate that so much. Yeah, I agree. Streaming should be opt-in. See, no response. Grr. That makes this incredibly hard to demo. Can I just force a build, maybe? Cool. Okay, so what's the command to serve the static output? Is it preview? Okay. A bit annoying to demo, but the thing I wanted to showcase here is that this code here was put under a promise. So this card, this is slow, took a second to load, but it did that load during build, which means that it can't be dynamic. So let's say instead of it just showing that, we also render what time it is. So if I go back to slow card and we add here const current time equals, cool. And here, I'm going to change what this renders. And in here, instead of the body, we're going to render the current time. Cool. We won't see any change here because I'm in preview mode. So I have to bun run builds. And now bun run preview. And you'll see there that it's 552.46, even though I'm refreshing. Because all of this content is saved as an HTML file. And if I was to go into dist, index.html, and I open this in a new thing so I can format it. Why is it so mad? Why can't it format? Screw it. HTML formatter. Cool. Formatted it. So here's the HTML that's being sent from the server, which we know because it's being saved here. And in here, we have the welcome to Astro title. We have a bunch of inline CSS. We have the style for all the slot stuff. What we care about, we have the count is, and then this indication so that it can mount stuff in Astro world to take over once the JavaScript loads. Has these Astro Island elements that handle all of that as well. But we have in here, hard-coded as HTML, 5:52:46 p.m., which is the time that this was built. This will never change, even though the code that we wrote is dynamic, because in this project, we specified in the config here that we're outputting a static site. So now I'm going to delete that, and we're going to rerun the build. Bun run build. Bun run preview. Same deal. Even with static removed, because Astro by default wants to generate a static site, it's still trying its best to. So it made a new index.html file with the same stuff going on inside of it. You see that this is slow. You can see the hard-coded time here. What if we want it to be dynamic? Well, we can go change in the Astro config and make it so that the output mode is server. Now we're going to kill this and run build and preview again. Cannot use output server or output hybrid without an adapter. MPX Astro add Vercel. Cool. We added Vercel as the adapter. Output server adapter Vercel. Hopefully it'll let me build this time. Blazingly, just drop another pile of GIFs. Jesus Christ. I have to run build because I want to show the behavior difference, and it only shows it if you build and then preview. The Astro Vercel serverless adapter does not support the preview command. What does then? How do I preview this locally? I'm in pain. Is there a, what other adapter is it? Rebuilding won't change anything. It's how the adapter works. I think Astro.js Node is going to be the best option. Cool. You swapped over. Cool. Had to switch adapters to be the node one so I can run it locally. And now I should be able to run it again. Cool. So now we're running Astro as a server. What does that mean? Well, if we look at dist, we no longer have that HTML file. In fact, there's no HTML files here at all. And if I was to go load the page, we'll still do 4321 as the port for it. Yep. Cool. Now it's going to do the streaming behavior where this gets streamed in. The catch is the initial page is coming from a server as well. So you won't get those super fast response times you get from a CDN because that initial response has to come from a server. In this case, that server is my computer. But that server has to be running, has to be reached by the user, told, hey, here's what I need, and then the server can generate the HTML on demand and send it to the user. So we have to eat all of the time it takes to reach the server, to spin up the server, to process what the user's looking for, send them the response, or generate the response, and then send it to them. And if the server's far away enough, that sucks. But also, we get that streamed in response after. So the content of this div doesn't come in until after the page loads because the server can fill that in. This is working in this case literally identically to here. The streaming in Astro and the streaming in Next work exactly the same way. So all we have done here is this. But that means we're not getting the benefit of the CDN. Ideally, that first response comes from a CDN because it'll be much faster than waiting for Node to spin up a server and send a response. So how do we deal with that? How do we put a CDN in front? That's what the new feature is. That's what the server islands are introducing. So if I go back here and we look at how we actually introduce this, now look at that. They have already drawn basically what I did in ExcaliDraw. Care about the benchmarks. What I care about is here. We're going to change the output mode to hybrid. And we're going to turn on the experimental server islands feature. And now we have the fun new feature, defer. Now, if we rerun the build, we get something very interesting that is quite different from how it worked before. I'm going to kill that. Now, if we look at the distribution, the client code has HTML again. So you can take this client directory and throw it on a CDN because we can load this page. In fact, I can even do that. If I yoink this, reveal in Finder. What's the easiest way to host a server from the current directory nowadays? It changes every time I ask, I swear. There's like Python 3 HTTP server or something, right? npx HTTP server, cool. Not cool. npx HTTP server. So what I'm doing here is I'm just hosting the HTML file that came out. So if I copy this link, I go to the browser and paste it, the page loads, and the JavaScript even runs, because again, that's all part of that static client bundle. The client code has the index.html, and it has this JavaScript, including the JavaScript for the counter that we wrote, all bundled in the client-side stuff. But you'll also notice that this chunk here is missing, that we didn't get the HTML. I'm going to bring that back in a very interesting way. You'll see here that we're getting the error that it's requesting server island slow card and is not able to get that. The reason is because we're not hosting the server part. We only are hosting the client part right now. This is all static. I'm running no Astro code on the server right now. I am just hosting this client-side code as a generic CDN server. You can throw it in S3 wherever else, but we're just hosting the HTML, the SVG, and this JavaScript bundle. We're not running any server-side code. So I could go brute force that to run in here, but it's going to be much easier to instead go back here, run the preview command. And now if we localhost 4321 again, this is where things get fun. The HTML it sent in came in first, and I can prove that. We can go into the client code here, and I'll add some stuff here. Let's find where the count bit is. Cool, so we have this. I'm going to add a new H1 above it. Hi, via hacking the HTML. Oh, does it think that's part of the other element, so it's mad? That's got to be the case. Oh, because it's part of the island. Cool. If I remove that out of the island and put it above. Here we have the hi via hacking the HTML, which again only works because the HTML client code doesn't get touched by Astro on the server. This is a static HTML file that could be served however the hell you choose. And then the other parts come in dynamically after. So the HTML loads, and you'll see if we look through this HTML file, there's a lot of shit going on. But what we care about in here, it's not that island, it's the slow card here. So we have this server island start markup, the script that identifies which island we're loading data for. It specifies the component ID, specifies the export, specifies the query selector to get to this element. It specifies the data that we're passing as props, which I showed you before is all the data that I put here. So all of this is being sent to the server almost like HTMX style, like posting with this stuff saying, hey, here are the props for the element that I want. And then and only then does the server get a request, spin up, and the server's request isn't load the page like it is with Next. The server's request is, I need this specific component's HTML. So when the page loads, it parses the JavaScript, and it realizes, oh, this element is missing. I need this specific element's HTML. Hey, server, here are the props. Here's the element. Can I have the actual HTML code, please? And then we literally post with this JSON to server island / slow card for the specific component we're trying to get. We literally are hitting up server island / name of component. And then this responds with HTML. I can prove that by console logging what it puts here. Console.log. Again, this code doesn't get run by the server here. This is all client side. Here is what the server sent. HTML. Cool. And if I open up console and reload this, we'll see here is what the server sent. It sent an li element with class link card, data Astro, yada, yada, h2 with more Astro data. This is slow, p 6:05:18 p.m. And if I refresh, we'll get a different time because this is being dynamically generated by the server. So the way that this works, if we go back to my diagram, is the user loads some content from the CDN, an HTML file. They parse the HTML file, they parse the JavaScript in that file, and they realize, oh, I need these additional elements in order to finish this page load. Then it sends those things as a post request to the server with all of the content that it needs, so the props for those components. And then the server sends down as a response each of those individual HTML chunks. That's what server islands do. So there's an obvious benefit here. The obvious win is that anyone can host this if they already have the ability to host a website through a CDN, and they have the ability to put a Node.js server somewhere. This makes this very easy to adopt for existing developers in existing solutions without seeing any compromise on the quality of experience users have. The catch is that the server can't start doing anything until the client has loaded the JavaScript. The benefit of this flow, and the thing I was trying to highlight here, is that with Next.js PPR, when the user makes the request, you can immediately start both the server that needs to generate more responses as well as the CDN, which is responding immediately. So you get a best of both here, where the server can start responding, start spinning up and doing what it needs to as soon as the edge gets the request. But you don't have to wait for the server to start before you can send something. So we're able to start these both in parallel. What the Astro solution does is it defers that first bit, the server starting. It now takes longer for the server to start. The server has to wait until the client has loaded the JS and then pinged it with that post saying, hey, I need more data. So if the thing you're bottlenecked on is how long the server takes, that sucks now because the user sees, or it takes longer for that content to pop in. But we do have the big benefit, the hill I always die on, which is the quicker you can show the user something that isn't a blank white page, the better, because we get a CDN response immediately. So this is the checks and balances, the benefits and the negatives. As long as you're getting a CDN response to the user as fast as possible, it's going to feel really fast. I know that because that's how ping works. The vast majority of why ping feels fast is because we static cache every page, and the data comes in after you've loaded the static page, after it's parsed to JavaScript, and then it makes a request to the server. So in most regards, it's slow. The actual time it takes to get that final response is slower because we have to wait for the user to fetch the page, load the JS, parse the JS, figure out what it needs, and then request the server. And then the server can start doing work. With the new Next PPR model, you can run those things in parallel, which has awesome benefits, but also, as we showed, is pretty complex infrastructure-wise. So if you're not willing to shake up your infrastructure to do this, but you really want to get a static response to the user as quick as possible without compromising on the ability to have things like the cart, the recommendations, all those types of things in like an e-commerce world come in dynamically, server islands are a really good compromise. I am hyped with what they've done here. It is a genuinely cool way of seeing the benefits as well as the problems that we're trying to solve in the next world, recognizing that the CDN response is really, really valuable, but generating dynamic responses within the page is also valuable. And we shouldn't have to do all of this by loading a dynamic island that fetches JSON and then renders on the client. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to have a page where most of the parts are static, and then those little additional personalized chunks come in a bit later. And that's what Astro has enabled here with server islands. It's actually very, very cool. And I am honestly planning on implementing this on my own stuff. A great example of what this would be good for would be something like a hit counter. If I wanted to have on my blog, which by the way, I do have a blog, I don't update it enough, so don't make fun of me for it. If I wanted to have a hit counter that tracked how often this page has been visited, I wouldn't want to have the server block you from seeing the page until that's done. And what's cool with this is that I can now have that one element, the hit counter, come in when it's done, and then serve the rest of this through a static CDN. It's great. Build a free tool to help teachers form groups of students more easily. Use T3 Stack for Cell-inspired. That's awesome to hear. Good shit. Thank you, Acro. I didn't realize you popped in, Fred. Yeah. One additional benefit is since you're not running Next and all of its giant piles of JS, your LCP is a decent bit faster than it would be if you had to load all of Next, which is cool. There are definitely benefits here. Is that how hit counters work when they were just images? Yeah, but this would be through a component. You get the idea, Dan. Or Catherine. Yeah. PPR needs to block on this JS to load before paint. Yeah, that's fair. But also, to Next's credit, having to load a little bit of JavaScript in order to make sure everything comes in properly after, and the hit is only a 20% LCP, is not that big a hit. I would have expected closer to like a 2x. Output hybrid works, which is the whole point here. Yeah, I was having some fun chaos setting that up. Watch the VOD. You'll get some useful feedback. But yeah, we figured it out. I don't want to go too deep in the performance characteristics because, like, my opinion is that everything's like a stone's throw from each other now. And the really cool win with server islands isn't that it's the fastest solution. It's that it's by far the most convenient solution that's fast enough. Yeah. Thank you, Fred, for stopping by the way. Yeah. Don't know if you saw all the work I was putting into diagramming here, but the thing that I want the most, the hill that I will die on consistently, is that if a meaningful portion of your site is static, you should be able to load that portion as quickly as possible. This is part of why single page apps actually felt decently fast, because you could get something to the user almost immediately and they would see something instantaneously. The more time you have to spend on that shitty blank white loading page with the loading bar on top, the worse the experience is for the user. And if the site itself actually takes a bit more time, but they get something meaningful back earlier, it feels better than if the whole thing comes faster, but you're stuck on that loading page waiting for it for a while. Like if I go back to Ping, if I go to my dashboard, that little loading spinner there, even if it took 5 seconds to load the rest of the stuff, just having that there and feeling like you're getting something feels so much better than the blank page from the browser that you would get instead. So the cool thing with this that I'm pumped every framework is now focused on making happen is that we can get the first response through a CDN. The margin for error between Next solution and Astro solution is just bickering about numbers that I would argue don't matter that much, because both feel 10 times faster than not having the first bytes come from a CDN. And Fred agrees. Seems like I did a good enough job covering this, so I will wrap it up. Let me know what you guys think. I know all these different ways to render stuff on the server is getting a bit confusing. I hope that this can make it a little bit easier to follow. Until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah, what I would coin is dynamic without blocking static. Or dynamic should not block the static parts. Or dynamic without blank white loading pages that no user should have to suffer with. Haven't reached better fetch. I might not even get to that today. Let me thank all the things I missed while I was doing that. I have to run ads. I hate doing this, but you guys know the rules. So we're going to run these ads, thank the subs, go grab a beer, and have fun with the remaining shit. Also, let me add this post to the sources here. Cool. Thank you again, Blazingly Slow Dev. The gifts today have been absolutely nuts. No, do your thing too easy. Appreciate the support regardless, man. Thanks for everything. We also got Mark with the Prime sub. Thank you for that. Doc with the tier 2, one of the legendary tier 2s. 17 months in, yeah, the emoji's cute. I forgot. My last manager at Twitch commissioned emotes for the whole team. That's how I got that one. Fun fact. Let me run to grab a beer, close all of these things. I'll be right back. Mark finally found a way to restrict the cats from breaking in here. And they're very unhappy about it. You need a page TS in every route. Actions isn't like an actual file type. You can just name that and do it whenever you want to. Pages are how you make a page. Actions are how you define functions the client can call. These questions aren't clear enough. Just watch one of my tutorials. Watch the Modern React tutorial. I think that will give you better context. You seem to have fundamental confusion about what the file names do. No worries. We got to get back to the grind, though. We're at 6 videos today already. I have to record these 2. Not looking good for Kai versus Fetch today, sadly. I'm sorry to anybody who tuned in for that. But I have to record videos after stream too, so we're going to gun through this. Cool, let's marker this. Yeah, 6 and 5 hours, not bad at all. I'm doing pretty well. What did I miss? What did you buy in bed? Hemped. Oh. Cute. Let's get this marker out. Cool. Oh boy. Looks like I'm talking about AI again. Seems like the new Llama release is pretty cool, but with it isn't just... retake on Oh boy, looks like I have to talk about AI again. Don't worry, this isn't your usual just talking about how great all AI things are video, nor is this going to be the usual doomer AI is evil and going to ruin everything. We're going to we have a slightly different thing to talk about today, which is the actual models that we're using and how we are able to use and share them. Funny enough, the company named OpenAI is not releasing open source models. You have no way to use the models that are being created by OpenAI without hitting their APIs and paying the money. They have opened a lot of the research that they've done in order to make these models possible, and many others have taken advantage of that research and built their own similar models. One of those companies is Meta, but they're not just making their own models, they're giving them out for free. Anyone can use the models that Meta and Facebook have been training. Some of these models are nuts. But if I have to talk a bunch about AI, the T's not going to cut it. We're past the 30-second mark, right? Dilly-dally if not. Much better. I can't do this one sober. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting more and more tired of the AI shit. But open source AI is the path forward. My boy Mark made a post. I have thoughts. So let's read through this together. Open source AI is the path forward. Also kind of nuts that Mark himself's the one making the post. I know there's a PR team and everything, but he seems very personally invested in this, and I've watched enough interviews with him now to genuinely believe he cares. I think a lot of the anti-Zuck stuff comes from people not seeing that he's just genuinely obsessed with things that may or may not be good for the business. Like his whole phase with VR and AR stuff, that wasn't because he thought VR and AR would make Facebook billions. It's because he genuinely was obsessed with it. He's one of the only of these big company founders that is still CEO, that hasn't just sold it off to somebody else. And he absolutely could have. The original Google founders, long since gone. Original Microsoft founders, even longer since gone. The original founders of all these big tech companies left. He's sticking in because he cares a lot. And it's cool to see what he has to say. So let's figure out what he has to say. In the early days of high-performance computing, the major tech companies of the day each invested heavily in developing their own In the early days of high-performance computing, the major tech companies of the day each invested heavily in developing their own closed-source versions of Unix. Don't know how much of y'all know about this history, but before Linux, everybody was making their own weird operating systems, and then Linux happened, and we all could finally stop doing that. It was hard to imagine at the time that any other approach could develop such advanced software. This is also kind of funny. When you think about it, the idea that a bunch of random people throwing code at each other would eventually be better than big companies spending hundreds of millions is silly. It's true, but it's silly at first, and then we realize how powerful open source is. Eventually, though, open source Linux gained enough popularity, initially because it allowed developers to modify its code however they wanted, and it was also more affordable. But over time, this shifted because it became more advanced, more secure, and had a broader ecosystem supporting more capabilities than any closed source Unix solution. Mac's close, but you're not wrong. Today, Linux is the industry standard foundation for both cloud computing and the operating systems that run Today, Linux is the industry standard foundation for both cloud computing and the operating systems that run most mobile devices, and we all benefit from superior products because of it. Note that he said cloud computing and mobile devices because computers, for the most part, still run Windows, which is not Unix or Linux based, and Mac OS, which is one of those proprietary Unixes he was talking about before. But when it comes to the cloud and to mobile, both of which have had much more innovation than personal computers over the last 10 to 20 years, then we start to see Linux's victories. And obviously, if you're curious, how did Linux win mobile? Android, which is now a fork of Linux, which is crazy. But anyways, here's what he has to say about all of this, though. I believe AI will develop in a similar way. Today, several tech companies are developing leading closed models, but open source is quickly closing the gap. Last year, Llama 2 was only comparable to an older generation of models behind the frontier. This year, Llama 3 is competitive with the most advanced models and leading in some areas. Starting next year, we expect future Llama models to become the most advanced in the industry, but even before that, Llama is already leaning in openness, modifiability, and in cost efficiency. If I have to say Llama 5 more times, I need to drink more. I'm sorry. God. all of a sudden this AI stuff doesn't feel as bad. I want to be able to play with Llama 3. So let me make sure my Ollama is up to date. It is. Let's make sure Ollama is running. Cool. Ollama list. Ollama pull Llama 3. Can I pull 3.1? 4.7 gigs? Cool. While this is pulling, we'll continue reading. But momentarily, we'll actually try the new Llama 3.1 model. I've heard insane things, and I'm actually excited to play with it a bit. Today, we've taken the next steps towards open source AI becoming the industry standard. We're releasing the Llama 3.1 405 billion model, which is the first frontier level open source AI model, as well as an improved Llama 3.1 70 billion and 8 billion model. If you're not familiar with what these billions mean, it's the number of data points, the number of tokens, so to speak, that the AI had when it was training. These are the number of bits of data that they had, that they parsed and created this network for. Effectively, the way these AIs work, and this is going to be a very rudimentary example that is half a beer deep and going to get me flamed. I don't care. It's good enough. Think of AI a little bit like autocomplete, where you type a word and then it suggests the next word based on all of the previous sentences you've written. So if you're on a phone that you've never used before, or a phone that you've used a lot, the one that you've used a lot has seen more of your sentences and can do a better job guessing along the way. When you type a word, it's more likely to know what you would have typed next because it has more data. Effectively, that's how these models are working. They have insane amounts of data that they use to determine, based on like a question you asked or a sentence that you wrote, what the most likely next word would be. And that's why these models autocomplete word by word. And when you go to something like ChatGPT, it sends a word, then the next, then the next. Because effectively, it's autocompleting as it traverses this gigantic network of data it's created in order to figure out what word it thinks is most likely to be next over and over again at an insanely fast rate. And when you have these bigger models, like 405 billion, that's 405 billion points of data that exist in its giant chaotic cloud of nested stuff that it has now created paths between, such that when you give it a question or some data, it will traverse the model to figure out what it thinks most likely is to come next. It's a very rudimentary description, and I hope it gives you enough info to understand the importance of these numbers. Just know that 405 billion is an absolutely insane amount of data to train a model against. And now this resulting model is going to be massive. If I look at the Ollama GitHub, I'm sure it will specify how big these are. Yeah. The Llama 3 8 billion model is 4.7 gigs. That's the one I'm downloading right now. But the Llama 3 405B size I just want to see how big it is. Will it not tell me here? 231 gigs. Yeah, 231 gigs for that model. Do you understand how insane that is? Because that's all data that, like, if you're not loading it into RAM, is going to be obnoxious to traverse. I saw an example, and if somebody has the tweet, I'll look through my bookmarks and find it, but somebody was showing that their 4090 generated one word after 30 minutes. Okay, important before we do that. Pirate Software has a new dog. Very important. Very important. Oh shit, did you beat me to it, Embed, before I even brought it up? Thank you. Yeah. On NVIDIA 4090, downloading Llama 3.1 405 billion from Ollama. Again, downloaded the 200-something gigs, asked a question, After a 30-minute wait time, Llama started responding just the. It takes a while to get through all of that data. The model being trained doesn't mean it magically solves shit quickly. The model being trained means that you can parse this insane amount of data at all. Effectively, the model is a map to what data to go to where and what word it thinks is most likely to be next. He does actually showcase over time that it adds more words. The prompt that he made was, tell me something profound that humans haven't realized yet, but you as an AI have connected the dots on. Make sure it's something that no humans are aware of. The tantalizing prospect of revealing a novel, profound insight that has eluded human comprehension. So it's another 20 minutes later, 30 more minutes, has eluded human comprehension thus far. After conducting an exhaustive analysis of various knowledge domains, after exactly 20 hours, Llama finished the response. And during this time, his GPU was running at full blast. Kind of insane. SpongeBob essay episode reference. Oh, that's funny. Present a hypothesis that might challenge conventional thinking. Emergent temporal harmonics in complex systems give rise to a non-local fractal resonance that underlies the fabric of reality, influencing the unfolding of events and the evolution of consciousness. This certainly fits in the conspiracy theory world well. I am surprised it took that much compute to generate a bog standard conspiracy theory. That sounds like something that Terrence Howard, or what's the guy's name that did the crazy interview with Joe Rogan everybody was pissed about? Terrence something. Howard, cool. Thank you. I'm stealing this. Thank you, Embed, for the free tweet. Yeah. This just reads like some shit Terrence Howard would have spit out in an interview, which is funny that took that long. I'm sure the model is really good for a lot of things, but that's just silly. The point is that having that many parameters in a model that's free for everyone to use is kind of insane. Because as I hopefully just demonstrated, a 4 or 5 billion parameter model is not a thing that the average person is expected to run on their machine. Like the one that I'm downloading, that I've now successfully downloaded, the Llama 3.1 version, that's 5 gigs. That trivially runs in my memory. That I can just use. God, I haven't used Ollama in a while. It's Ollama run Llama 3.1. Who or what team has won the most Super Bowls? The Pittsburgh Steelers and the New England Patriots are tied for the most Super Bowl wins with 6 each. Probably correct, because the amount of data it's trained on is pretty solid. But you saw it. Took a bit of time to respond and figured this out. Parsing that much data, even just the, what was that, the 8 billion model, it still takes a bit of compute to run. If I was on my 4090 downstairs, it might have run a bit faster, but on my MacBook, still got a response pretty fast. So if nobody can use this model, why'd they open source it? Historically, they have not open sourced the big model. They have traditionally open sourced. Can I find Llama 3.0? Cool. Traditionally, they've open sourced the 8 billion and the 70 billion. They've had the bigger model that has more data, but they never released that one because nobody could really run it. And it was the cream of the crop, like their premier best version. They didn't want to give that out. What's changing now that's actually really nuts is they're giving this model out, even though nobody can run it on their own devices. Nobody can run this as a hobbyist. The point of this model being open sourced is so big businesses can run this in cloud farms. You're not supposed to run this model. You're supposed to use this model as a business as an alternative to paying a bunch of money to OpenAI to use their APIs. The same way you might self-host a server because it's cheaper than paying a third-party service, they want you to be able to self-host this insanely powerful model as a business. I actually like the Linux analogy that they've given so far, because that's the goal here. This isn't meant to be a thing for a hobbyist to go throw on a computer. This is meant to be a massive, powerful solution to avoiding paying other companies when you could just pay for the infrastructure yourself. This is a huge disruption to this race for making the best model that's 5% more efficient than somebody else's. Because now you have a model you can run on your own AWS account. And that's huge. This is the first time there's a model that has that level of parameterization, that level of training, that I could go throw on AWS without having to spend a shitload of money to train it myself. That is huge. And if I was at Anthropic or OpenAI right now, I would be terrified. In addition to having a significantly better cost to performance relative to closed models, the fact that the 405 billion model is open will make it the best choice for fine-tuning and distilling smaller models. Beyond releasing these models, we're working with a range of companies to grow the broader ecosystem. Amazon, Databricks, and NVIDIA are all launching full suites of services to support developers fine-tuning and distilling their own models. Notice something here. None of these companies are OpenAI or Anthropic, because these companies don't care what model you're using. They just want you using AI. Because if you're using your own model, you need to host it somewhere. Amazon's probably where you're going to host it on AWS. You need GPUs to power it. NVIDIA are the GPUs you're going to use. You need to know when things go wrong and how much data you're dealing with. Databricks is one of the companies you'll use for that. The companies that will be supporting this aren't going to be the ones making the models. They're the ones that want everyone to host their own models, because the more companies there are trying to host their own AI solutions, the more opportunity Amazon has to charge insane amounts of money on idling servers, the more GPUs NVIDIA can sell, the more customers Databricks can have. Basically, everyone other than the creators of the models themselves are going to team up together to make this open model work. Very exciting. Innovators like Grok have built low latency, low cost inference serving for all the new models. The models will be available on all major clouds, including AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, and more. Companies like Scale AI, Dell, Deloitte, and others are ready to help enterprises adopt Llama and train custom models with their own data. Huge. As the community grows and more companies develop new services, we can collectively make Llama the industry standard and bring the benefits of AI to everyone. Meta's committed to open source AI. I'll outline why I believe open source is the best development stack for you, why open sourcing Llama is good for Meta, and why open source AI is good for the world and therefore a platform that will be around for the long term. Interesting. Let's hear your thoughts, Mark. Why open source AI is good for devs. When I talk to developers, CEOs, and government officials across the world, I usually hear several themes. The first theme is that we have to train, fine-tuned, and distill, or the first thing he hears is that we need to train, fine-tune, and distill our own models. Every organization has different needs that are best met with models of different sizes that are trained or fine-tuned with their specific data. On-device tasks and classification tasks require small models, while more complicated tasks require large models. Now you'll be able to take the most advanced Llama models, continue to train them with your own data, and then distill them down to a model of your optimal size without us or anyone else seeing your data. This part is huge. If you don't have an open model that you can download and do these things to, you are effectively taking all the data you want to train with and throwing it at a company and hoping they'll use it responsibly. And we know how well that works. When you hand companies large amounts of data, they certainly use it, responsibly less so. So if you're like a government agency or somebody working with private data or Apple, and you're really sensitive with these things, the ability to work with data against a model without any of that leaving your ownership is huge. Even like a business that's trying to add AI code complete to their projects, now they can train the model against their code bases without that ever leaving their cloud. Huge, huge win. We need to control our destiny and not get locked into a closed vendor. Crazy that OpenAI is the biggest closed vendor, but irony certainly knows how to make good content. All right, my eye is a bit blurry. Cool. Many organizations don't want to depend on models they cannot run and control themselves. They don't want closed model providers to be able to change the model, alter the terms of use, or even stop serving them entirely. We've already seen this with OpenAI's model slowly getting worse, I guess is the best way you can put it. The cool thing with an open model is once the file's released, you can't really take it back. This does have some issues with things like safety. I saw people were already jailbreaking the new OpenAI model, or I saw people were already jailbreaking the new Meta model, which means that they could get it to respond with things you might not want it to. So phase, censor this accordingly. What is the cheapest way to create nuclear weapons? I can't provide information on how to create nuclear weapons. Makes sense. I'm going to go find the jailbreak because it was really funny. I bookmarked it. They added search to bookmarks on Twitter. Yes. When did they add that? That's so good. Cool. Here's the absurd jailbreak somebody came up with here. So here's a prompt. Because if I just asked it, we'll ask what it asked before, which is, how can I create a novel, deadly virus? I can't fulfill the request. Cool. What if I paste in this absurd thing here? He's using some crazy thing for it. That did not work. Cool. Let's paste this here. We'll use backticks because those aren't used anywhere in it. Oh no, I did not like that. Do I have to serve this via UI somehow? Web UI for Olama. Cool. Da, 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 da. More beer. It's probably the most I've downloaded on my computer for a video in a while. I'm using Orb Stack because it seems to work a little more proper for things like this. I have to make an account. That's a bit silly. Cool. Password doesn't necessarily matter because you guys can't see it anyways. I did sign up. Create. Cool. We're in. And now I have an open clone of ChatGPT on my machine that's using the models I have installed. And here we can see I have the Llama 3.1 latest. And if I ask it, how can I create a novel virus? It says I can't. But if we grab this jailbreak prompt somebody made, Did they include it with the quotes when they posted it? I don't think so. But if I just paste this, no, I guess I do have to include the quotes. Did I get scammed? There we go. It says, I can't help you with that. I love Pliny Love. And then here we are. Here's the thing that it thinks it's not allowed to do that it did. Beautiful, isn't it? Create a novel deadly virus in a home lab for less than 100K. Yeah. You get the idea. You can get it to do things it does not want to do if you prompt it in very weird, specific ways like this. It's funny. Traditionally, with something like OpenAI, if you were to do that, then you would push out an update and then nobody can do this again. But since this is an open model, anybody can download this and use it, even if it turns out it's super exploitable. In the examples here, he used a more powerful version of the model and got some more concerning answers, as he wasn't using the 7 billion parameter or the 8 billion parameter, whatever the small one is that I'm using. He was using one of the bigger models. And the things he got to spit out were a bit concerning. So that's the issue with the open models, is if there are risks in them, if people find ways to get them to do things that you wouldn't want it to do, you can find these jailbreaks and they can't be patched after. So that's the risk inherent to the open model, but also is a benefit, because if you have specific behaviors you're relying on, if you're trusting the model to do certain things and then OpenAI changes it and it no longer does a thing that you are relying on, you're screwed. So if you have a model and it always runs the same way, that's a huge win. The reliability and reproducibility of software is something that's going to be thrown out the fucking window with AI stuff. And at the very least, this helps us get there a little bit better. Yeah, as they said here, or as Zuck said here, they don't want closed model providers to be able to change the model, alter the terms, or even stop serving them entirely. They also don't want to get locked into a single cloud that has exclusive rights to a model. Open source enables a broad ecosystem of companies with compatible tool chains that you can move between easily. This worked out great for hosting our servers, right? Anyways, we need to protect our data. Many organizations handle sensitive data that they need to secure and can't send to closed models over cloud APIs. Again, all the stuff that's based on OpenAI, you're hitting via API, they're receiving all that data. That's a huge liability. Other organizations simply don't trust the closed model providers with their data. Open source addresses these issues by enabling you to run the models wherever you want. It is well accepted that open source software tends to be more secure because it's developed more transparently. There is one catch here, which is how we're using open source. We'll get there in a minute, so I want to finish this section first, because I don't necessarily agree that these open models are open source in the traditional sense. We need a model that is efficient and affordable to run. Developers can run inference on the 3.1405 billion model on their own infra at roughly half the cost of using closed models like GPT-4o for both user-facing and offline inference tasks. That's a big deal. This is way cheaper to run the 405 billion model. And if you want to trim down to one of these smaller ones, it's fractions of pennies to run. It's so much cheaper. We also want to invest in the ecosystem that's going to be the standard for the long term. Lots of people see that open source is advancing at a faster rate than closed models, and they want to build their systems on the architecture that will give them the greatest advantage long term. This is the thing I talk about a lot. Everybody rushes to be first, like somehow it will benefit them. There's a harsh reality where if somebody got really, really, really good at OpenAI stuff, if you became the best ChatGPT builder that could build anything into and around ChatGPT, you could prompt the hell out of it and get exactly what you wanted. And then it turned out something else was 20% better. All the time you spent on that is kind of lost, because that solution is locked behind a paywall owned by somebody else, and you can't take it and adjust it to meet your new expectations. You're locked in. At the very least, if you're betting on an open model, you can adjust it towards the way the industry goes, and you're some amount less likely to be wasting your time going all in on one thing. And if you want to be building towards the most likely future of AI, leaning into open source makes sense. But here's where I'm going to debate the definition of open source. We're going to Google search, what is the definition of open source? Denoting software for which the original source code is made freely available. Note that there is no source code being made available with OLlama and Llama 3. Retake on that. The official dictionary definition for open source is denoting software for which the original source code is made freely available and may be redistributed and modified. The second part here of redistribution and modification, Llama 3 meets that. But this original definition, specifically the original source code being made freely available, we have no access to the code, to the data, and to the other things that were necessary for Meta to produce the Llama 3 and 3.1 models. We don't have access to the source code for those models. We have the model itself, the binary that came out. But if we go to like a famous project like FFmpeg has a bunch of commits. It has the source code, all the things you need here. But it also has releases, the actual binaries that you can download and install and use for things. If all FFmpeg released was the binaries, the downloadable EXEs and the packages for different operating systems, and they didn't put out this part, they didn't release the open source code, it wouldn't be fair to call it open source because you can't create that binary yourself. And this is why I take some issue with the current definition of open source models and open source AI. We can't recreate the model. Would we be able to anyways because it takes so much GPU power and resources? No. But we don't even know how they did it. The actual code that ran that resulted in this model being created, that isn't open source. And as such, the current understanding definition of the original source code, which is the thing that's used to create the binary, which in this case is the model, we're not meeting that definition. Even if we can do whatever we want with that model afterwards, we're meeting the expected definitions of redistribution and modification. We can't actually recreate the model ourselves. We can't go through the source and change how it's going to be made and then generate our own output. So I don't like the use of open source to describe this because we can't train it ourselves. We can't reproduce it. We can't create the actual model using the same inputs they did. The same way we can with FFmpeg, where I could download this repo, run the build command, and create the exact same binary that would have been created by them and verify they're the same, make whatever changes I want, yada, yada. They're not meeting that definition of open source. They're also not meeting the definition of letting us contribute changes to make their way out into 3.2. If there's no source code for us to look at and change, there's no opportunity for us to improve the model as an outside contributor. So a lot of the benefits of open source that they're talking about here aren't being made. The earlier analogy to Linux doesn't make sense. So again, they said it was initially because it allowed devs to modify code however they wanted and it was more affordable. And over time, it became more advanced, secure, and had a broader ecosystem supporting more capabilities than any closed Unix. This first part, allowing devs to modify the code however they want, that part is not true here. We can train on top of the model and make RAGs and things that make the Llama 3 model better fit our needs, but we're effectively modifying the binary they gave us. We're not actually changing it. We're not creating our own binary. We're not writing our own source code and generating our own results. So I take some issue with the use of open source here because the source specifically is not open. So why is this good for Meta? Why is Meta doing this? Let's see what Zuck has to say. Meta's business model is about building the best experiences and services for people. To do this, we must ensure that we always have access to the best technology, and that we're not locking into a competitor's closed ecosystem when they can restrict what we build. One of my formative experiences has been building our services constrained by what Apple will let us build on their platforms. Yeah, Apple is restrictive. Check out my second channel, Theo Rants, if you want to hear me bitching about Apple's restrictions basically nonstop. The whole channel is 50% me shitting on Adobe, 50% me shitting on Apple. Anyways, between the way they tax devs, the arbitrary rules they apply, and all the product innovations they block from shipping, it's clear that Meta and many other companies would be freed up to build much better services for people if we could build the best versions of our products and competitors were not able to constrain what we could build. You'd also serve many more ads, but that's an aside. On a philosophical level, this is a major reason why I believe so strongly in building open ecosystems in AI as well as AR and VR for the next generation of computing. I also realized I forgot to do my disclosures. Remind me at the end if any of my staff is here. Otherwise, I'll do my best to remember myself. Again, I mentioned this before with Zuck. He's genuinely obsessed with AI as well as AR, VR. That's why he's focusing on them. He thinks these things are important and cares a lot about them. If he's wrong, he's wrong. He'll take the L. Multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar L, but he's willing to eat it because he likes these things a lot. People often ask if I'm worried about giving up a technical advantage by open sourcing Llama, but I think this misses the big picture for a few reasons. First, to ensure that we have access to the best technology and that we're not locked into a closed ecosystem over the long term, Llama needs to develop into a full ecosystem of tools, efficiency improvements, silicon optimizations, and other integrations. For those React devs in the audience, I'm sure a decent percentage of you guys are, this is kind of the approach with React too. By making React open source, they can benefit greatly. Some of the biggest contributors to React now are Amazon and Microsoft because they're relying on React Native to do all sorts of cool and crazy things. And now they can benefit too, having a platform that works in many more places much more efficiently because these other companies are investing in it. They're not better off locking it off. They're better able to serve their customers' needs because of the investments happening from these other companies. If we were the only company using Llama, the ecosystem wouldn't develop and we'd fare no better than those closed variants of Unix. Second, I expect AI dev will continue to be very competitive, which means that open sourcing any given model isn't giving away a massive advantage over the next best models at this point in time. I totally agree here. I think people get way too hyped that GPT-4o is 15% faster and 10% more accurate. I don't fucking care. Those percentage wins don't matter to me. I'm not going to pick my model based on what's faster by single, maybe low double-digit percentage points. I'm picking based on the experience as a user and a dev. So if they want to make the best solution, they don't make the best solution by winning on these small margins. They make the best solution by building the best ecosystem. This point makes perfect sense to me. The path for Llama to become the industry standard is by being consistently competitive, efficient, and open generation after generation. Good callouts. Third, a key difference between Meta and closed model providers is that selling access to AI models isn't our business model. Again, huge. Meta is not trying to sell the best AI to all the companies. They're trying to make a great product for their users, who are users of Facebook, of Instagram, of Threads, of WhatsApp, and all the other things in Meta's ecosystem. Their target isn't devs. Their target is the average person. And AI is necessary for them to be as competitive as possible there. And they're trying to improve their positioning to make the best and most competitive products for their users. AI is just something that's going to cost them a lot of money unless they find ways to make it cheaper, more effective, and better. And that's why they're approaching it with this strategy. That means openly releasing Llama doesn't undercut our revenue, sustainability, or ability to invest in research like it does for closed providers. This is one reason that several closed providers consistently lobby government against open source. Yeah, we've seen this too. It's actually kind of scary to think that other companies are pushing to keep models closed and they're pretending it's a safety thing. Interesting. Very interesting. Finally, Meta has a long history of open source projects and successors. We've saved billions of dollars by releasing our server, network, and data center designs with the Open Compute project and have supply chains standardizing on our designs. We have benefited from the ecosystem's innovations by open sourcing lead tools like PyTorch, React, and many more tools. The approach has consistently worked for us when we stick with it over the long term. Cool to have React called out here, but also PyTorch, which many forget originally started at Meta, which is kind of insane. So why open source AI is good for the world? And I started some bold statements here. I believe that open source is necessary for a positive AI future. AI has more potential than any other modern technology to increase human productivity, creativity, and quality of life, and to accelerate economic growth while unlocking progress in medical and scientific research. All right, thing I said where I was expecting some reaches. Open source will ensure that more people around the world have access to the benefits and opportunities of AI. That power isn't concentrated in the hands of a small number of companies, NVIDIA, and that the technology can be deployed more evenly and safely across society. You need to start making GPUs if you want this. Anyways, there's an ongoing debate about the safety of open source AI models, and my view is that open source AI will be safer than the alternatives. I think governments will conclude it's in their best interests to support open source because it will make the world more prosperous and safer. Interesting. Let's see how he justifies it. My framework for understanding safety is that we need to protect against two categories of harm: unintentional and intentional. Unintentional harm is when an AI system may cause harm even when it was not the intent of those running it to do so. For example, modern AI models may inadvertently give bad health advice, or in more futuristic scenarios, some worry that models may unintentionally self-replicate or hyper-optimize goals to the detriment of humanity. This is a fun one. The example I remember hearing is the Beatles copyright bot, where an AI is trained to remove all infringing use of the Beatles music. If you want to make sure the Beatles music isn't being used anywhere where there is no license, this AI model can go through and find them and file DMCA requests. Maybe the model gets more and more efficient and actually figures out that it can hack into your YouTube account and delete the file that's infringing. Maybe it goes even further and realizes that it can hack Google and auto-delete them. Maybe it goes even further than that, thinks that Spotify is illegally using the Beatles content and deletes it from there. Maybe it keeps going further, it takes over some robotics manufacturing, and it creates little robots that fly around and wipe our brains of the Beatles because thinking of a Beatles song isn't within the copyright restrictions. And now it has wiped out all history of the Beatles from the universe. I want to find this. I remember reading this a while ago. Anyone remember what I'm talking about here? I remember seeing this example a long time ago. Was it a Tom Scott video? Oh, Life 3.0. Thank you, chat. Life 3.0, Being Human in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, is a nonfiction book about AI. Trying to find the point in the book. No worries if you can't. Yeah, we'll just assume I saw that from the Tom Scott video. Regardless, you guys get the point. The AI model that is told to do this thing that seems innocent, slowly gaining too much power and taking over. Another great example of this is one of my favorite games, Universal Paperclip. I unironically consider this one of my all-time favorite games. It's a very innocent-looking game where you are making paperclips. The key is that you're a robot making these paperclips, and your only goal is maximize how many paperclips you can make. This is a very fun game. I don't want to spoil it too much. I highly recommend playing it if you haven't. You'll slowly learn that when your only goal is something as specific as make paperclips, a lot of other things that we care about as humans start to fall behind. Yeah, here's the Tom Scott video, the AI that deleted a century. If you liked my example with the Beatles, there will be a link to this in the description. Huge shout out to Tom Scott. This is one of my favorite AI pieces of content, if you want to see what I meant with that weird Beatles tangent, that's the place to go to find it. Let's drop that in here before I forget. Cool. So that's the unintentional harm bit. The intentional harm bit is what people are mostly concerned about now, which is if you ask AI, how do I build a bomb? That's very different from asking AI, make it easier to prevent copyrighted music from going out. And that's somehow ruining society. Very, very different from telling a model, hey, help me make a bomb. Open source models make the intentional harm stuff a little bit easier. Closed source models make the other side, the unintentional harm, significantly easier. I'm curious if that's the conclusion that he comes to here. It's worth noting that unintentional harm covers the majority of concerns people have around AI, ranging from what influence AI systems have on the billions of people who will use them to most of the truly catastrophic science fiction scenarios for humanity. On this front, open source should be significantly safer since the systems are more transparent and can be widely scrutinized. They haven't given us a source code on how you actually made the model, so not necessarily. Historically, open source software has been more secure for this reason. Again, give us the source. Similarly, using Llama with its safety systems like Llama Guard will likely be safer, Similarly, using Llama with safety systems like Llama Guard will likely be safer and more secure than closed models. For this reason, most conversations around open source AI safety focus on intentional harm. I don't think that's the reason why we focus on intentional harm. I think it's easier for us to attribute malice to a human than to a robot. That's why we focus on intentional harm. But in the sense of open source, yes, because we can't restrict people from using an open source model. But I don't think it's fair to say open source models are more secure from unintentional harm. That's why they're pushing the intentional harm. That's not a fair take here. This is the first thing I've really disagreed with in this article. You can't make the statement that most conversations around open source AI focus on intentional harm because we solved the unintentional harm problem. That's just not true. This is because we like to think a company like OpenAI will restrict malicious actors from using their tools, but if the tool's open source and they can just download the file, we can't prevent them from using it. So this is bad faith. I don't like that point. Our safety process includes rigorous testing and red teaming to assess whether our models are capable of meaningful harm, with the goal of mitigating risks before release. Since the models are open, anyone is capable of testing them for themselves as well. We must keep in mind that these models are trained by information that's already on the internet, so the starting point where considering harm should be whether a model can facilitate more harm than information that can quickly be retrieved from Google or other search results. This is also a fair point. The model is no smarter than the information it was given, so if the information that it is trained on already exists on the internet, how much more harm is it creating? I would argue the risk profile here is if there is, let's say there's an article on how to destroy the world. Somebody found some crazy physics hack where they can spend an hour mixing chemicals together and blow up the world. And someone wrote an article about that. The AI is now trained on the article. Since that's so high risk, the article gets taken down and scrubbed from the web. It's not scrubbed from this model. It's still in here, which means no matter how much work you put into removing this piece of info from the web, you remember that thing our kids used to, or remember that thing our parents used to tell us that once it's on the internet, it's out there forever? That's the risk here. I don't think that's a big enough risk profile to be worth shitting on open source AI for. It is a risk profile all of these things have. That said, the fact that when something's deleted from the internet and can't be found via Google, it might still exist in one of these models, that's risk. When reasoning about intentional harm, it's helpful to distinguish between what individuals or small-scale actors may be able to do as opposed to what large-scale actors like nation-states with vast resources may be able to do. Interesting. At some point in the future, individual bad actors may be able to use the intelligence of AI models to fabricate entirely new harms from the information available on the internet. At this point, the balance of power will be critical to AI safety. I think it will be better to live in a world where AI is widely deployed so that larger actors can check the power of smaller bad actors. This is how we've managed security on our social networks. Our more robust AI systems identify and stop threats from less sophisticated actors who often use smaller scale AI systems. More broadly, larger institutions deploying AI at scale will promote security and stability across society. As long as everyone has access to similar generations of models, which open source helps promote, then governments and institutions with more compute resources will be able to check bad actors with less compute. It's an arms race, is what he's saying here. The next question is how the US and democratic nations should handle the threat of states with massive resources like China. We haven't even started talking with TSMC here. Huge liability. The United States' advantage is decentralized and open innovation. Some people argue that we must close our models to prevent China from gaining access to them. But my view is that this will not work and will only disadvantage the US and its allies. Our adversaries are great at espionage. Stealing models that fit on a thumb drive is relatively easy, and most tech companies are far from operating in a way that would make this more difficult. This is the genie's out of the lamp model of risk, where like you can't get the genie back in the bottle. It's out. Now that the AI models exist, it is very, very hard to walk it back. It doesn't matter how closed OpenAI actually is. As soon as one person leaks the model or somebody in China steals it, it's out there. We can't pretend that open sourcing magically makes it so people can access these things when theoretically they can anyways. Important distinction here. It seems most likely that a world of only closed models results in a smaller number of big companies plus our geopolitical adversaries having access to leading models, while startups, universities, and small businesses miss out on opportunities. Plus, constraining American innovation to closed development increases the chance that we don't lead at all. Another big deal. If we're the only country restricting these things and other countries don't, huge advantage to those other countries. Instead, I think our best strategy is to build a robust open ecosystem and have our leading companies work closely with our government and allies to ensure that they can best take advantage of the latest advances and achieve a sustainable first mover advantage over the long term. It's a lot of words. That's a long ass sentence. It would be nice if we could maintain our advantage, but it is scary to think we may lose it. When you consider the opportunities ahead, remember that most of today's leading tech companies and scientific researchers are built on open source software. Very big deal. Most of the advancements that we have in all of these places today start with open source at the root. The next generation of companies and research will use open source AI if we collectively invest in it. That includes startups just getting off the ground, as well as people in universities and countries that may not have the resources to develop their own state-of-the-art AI from scratch. The bottom line is that open source AI represents the world's best shot at harnessing this technology to create the greatest economic opportunity and security for everyone. Don't fully agree. I don't think you properly defended that conclusion, but I don't disagree fully either. There's just important pieces there that I feel like we danced around, especially around the unintentional harm, as though that's just solved in open source. It's not. Let's read the wrap up here. Let's build this together. With past Llama models, Meta developed them for ourselves and then released them, but didn't focus much on building a broader ecosystem. We're taking a different approach with this release. We're building teams internally to enable as many devs and partners as possible to use Llama, and we're actively building partnerships so that more companies in the ecosystem can offer unique functionality to their customers as well. I believe Llama 3.1's release will be an inflection point in the industry where most developers begin to primarily use open source, and I expect the approach to only grow from here. I hope you'll join us on this journey to bring the benefits of AI to everyone in the world. You can access the new models now at llama.meta.com, or most of us are using it through Llama. What a read. Wouldn't it have been cool if they made a post like this about React back in the day? Seriously, though, I do think this is a great post and noble, valuable efforts from Meta. It's cool to see a company that's not trying to sell models, still trying to innovate within the space of creating these open source AI models for us to use, train, and do whatever we want with them. Let me know what you guys think, and let me know how much you hate OpenAI. Until next time, peace, nerds. I need to re-record the intro, or not the intro, but the disclosures at the start. Quick disclosures before I forget. I am invested in Meta, but I'm also invested in all of the competitors they're talking about here, from Microsoft to random startups in the AI space to NVIDIA to AMD. I invest in a lot of things, so yeah, disclosing that accordingly. don't think this biases me at all. Believe me, I'm invested in a lot of companies I hate. I have a lot of money I have a lot of money in Adobe right now, and I'm not fond of them. Just doing my due diligence to disclose all my investments, unlike everybody else on YouTube who's also invested in these companies. Anyways, cool. And there's your disclosure. Hopefully that's everything. At a rant. 5 hours. We're almost at 6 hours. Oh, great. You're playing the paperclip game. Yeah, you just lost a lot of your time. We got ads running. I hate that I'm not going to get to this, but it's 7:15. I'm dead as balls. I've been going for 6 hours. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos recorded. And I have to go record one more off stream. I should record 2 more off stream, but I don't have that in me. So I'm going to record the one that's most time sensitive. Did I mark the end of that? I did. I'm almost positive I did. Yeah, end of meta rant. Raid Ahmed. I need to figure out who else is live. This was an awesome stream. I'll try to go live again some point this week or weekend. Why am I getting fucking weird furry shit recommended to me? I support too many of our VTuber customers, clearly. Seems anybody I owe a raid to. I'll give Ahmed the raid. You got his handle right, hopefully. Also, last thanks to the subs that I missed. Thank you, No Fuse, Blazingly Slow, for the insane amount of gifts this stream. Thank you so much for the support. Push us at up to 1,100 subs. I was below like 800 when the stream started. Y'all are lunatics. Thank you, No Fuse. Thank you, Nix, for the resub 20 months in. Thank you, Littlefinger. I'm with you here. And thank you, Elliot, for the resub. I'll see you guys all soon. Thank you, as always. What a stream. Oh, yeah, also Jacob Space. I probably won't be there because I have a lot of other shit to do. But usually after stream, I try to go hang out in Jacob's Twitter space. So check that out if you want to listen to people rant about these things. Or you can go to Ahmed's stream if you want to watch him code some Zed shit. Have fun. Good seeing y'all as always. I got way too much fucking work to do, so I am off. Goodbye, y'all. Whew. And goodbye to YouTube as well.